Chapter 960. The old demon was a remnant soul. Before, Yang Kai didn't know which era he was from, but as he grew in power and came into contact with more and more secrets, he was able to determine that the old demon was at least a few thousand years old, because Yang Kai had found him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had something to do with Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The inheritances of these two great forces had been broken thousands of years ago. That era belonged to the great demon god. In other words, the old demon and great demon god were from the same era. It was possible that he had dealt with the bone race, but his memory loss was so severe that he couldn't even remember his own name, only vaguely remembering how he addressed the old demon. He didn't know much about the bone race. If there is a bone race, is there a race with a single horn on their head? The old demon seemed to recall some clues and asked, "You mean the monster race?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. With a single horn on their head, it was very likely they were monster race. No. It's a race called the Horn Race. The old demon frowned, unable to recall much about it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let the old demon rest. 4 or 5 days, Yang Kai and the others stayed in the demon palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable. Every day, there would be a variety of exotic delicacies, all of which were unique to the demon land. Not only were they extremely delicious, but they could also improve one's cultivation and refine one's physique. However, Yang Kai didn't come here to enjoy life. Many times he spoke to Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by great demon god. Zhang Yuan simply brushed him off, telling him there was no need to rush, and that he could enjoy himself in the demon capital for a few days before discussing this matter again. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Yuan was aware that with his strength alone, there was no way he could compete with Meng, Wuya, and Li Rong, so he had probably already sent a message to the 4 demon general to ask them to come help. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, it was just that no one knew what the secrets left behind by the great demon god were, and it was likely that there were some great benefits to be had. If the moment came, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be polite, and would definitely lead the 4 demon general to snatch these benefits. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Yang Kai no longer pressed him. A few days later, Kai Yang, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, a pensive look on his face. The 4 demon general have arrived. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This old master knew Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. That old boy's vigilance is quite heavy, thinking we're after the secrets left behind by great demon god. It's only natural for him to have scruples. Yang Kai snorted. Let's go back. I don't think he'll refuse this time. Saying so, Yang Kai led the group towards the demon palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious glances towards Yang Kai. The demons living in the demon city all knew that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander's master, so when Yang Kai was wandering around these past few days, none of them dared to cause trouble. They were only curious as to why the demon commander's master would so warmly entertain a human. In front of the demon palace, Yang Kai and the others had just arrived when a demon walked up to them and cupped his fists. "Yang Xingzhu, demon commander's master invites you in." Yang Kai and Meng Wuya glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. "Lead the way." Yang Kai nodded lightly to the demon. The demon didn't say a word, simply turning around and leading the way. Inside a certain palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals sat down, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Seeing him stride forward, Zhang Yuan stood up and greeted him with a big smile. "Yang Xingzhu, I've made you wait for so many days because my 4 subordinates were also very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god, and insisted on coming here to take a look. And come, this senior will introduce you to him." Saying so, Zhang Yuan turned to the 4 demon generals and said, "This is Yang Kai, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. I believe some of you have already met him, and even if you haven't, You have at least heard of his reputation. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the four and added, I am also the successor of the great demon god. Zhang Yuan's complexion changed, and the four demon generals couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness and awe. Even Xue Li smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner, no longer displaying any of her previous hostility or arrogance. The weight of the great demon god's successor was almost equal to that of the demon commander, so none of them dared show the slightest contempt or disrespect. Zhang Yuan gawked for a moment before laughing, and Yang Shengzhu is also the successor chosen by the great demon god, but unfortunately, he is a human. If he were someone from my demon race, and this senior would gladly hand over the position of demon commander to him. The demon land was established by the great demon god, so his successor should naturally be in charge of it. Zhang Yuan's few words revealed his dread towards Yang Kai, as if he was afraid he would try to snatch the position of demon commander. Quickly changing the subject, he introduced Yang Kai. These four are the pillars of my demon land. And Yang Shengzhu has already met Xue Li and Meng Ge. He is Go Qiong, and he is Ba He. Saying so, he pointed to the other two. Ba He gently nodded to Yang Kai. This demon General Yang Kai had only heard of his name and had never had any dealings with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave Go Qiong a second glance. Go Qiong's face twitched as he felt somewhat embarrassed, cupping his fists and saying, Yang Shengzhu, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between you and me before. Go Qiong will apologize to Yang Shengzhu here. Master Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense. I must also thank Yang Shengzhu for saving my son's life. If it weren't for Yang Shengzhu, my son would have already died in that mysterious small world. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Master Go Qiong is too polite. How is Go Che? Many thanks for Yang Shengzhu's concern. My son is well. Go Qiong nodded. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't bother with him about his past and would simply brush it off. His son, Go Che, had once been trapped in a mysterious small world with Yang Kai. In the end, it was Yang Kai who helped him escape. It was in that mysterious small world that Yang Kai obtained the divine tree. However, after escaping from that mysterious small world, they were captured by Xue Li and taken to Sand City. Soon after, Go Qiong sent someone to redeem Go Che and take Yang Kai's life. All of these grievances were not worth mentioning. What about the Sun Clan? All the mysterious small worlds in the world have been opened, and there was a clan called the Sun Clan living in that mysterious small world. What happened to them? Yang Kai asked. In the past, he had suffered many losses at the hands of the Sun Clan. They've all been eliminated. Go Qiong replied firmly. The power in their bodies restrains my demon race, so they can't exist. Yang Kai nodded. The Sun Clan suffering such a fate was normal. Who told the entrance to that mysterious small world to be in the demon land? Even if Go Qiong didn't eliminate them, Xue Li wouldn't sit idly by. Good. Enough of this small talk. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yuan shouted. Everyone's expression became solemn. This time, I invited Yang Shengzhu here, mainly for the secret left behind by Great Demon God. Yang Shengzhu must be very curious. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. That's why I came here. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and sighed. To be honest, if I had any other choice, this senior would not have wanted to rely on others. This is a secret left behind by Great Demon God Master, one of the secrets of my demon race. But now, besides the demon god mystic tome in Yang Shengzhu's hands, there is no other way to open this secret. I believe this is also the intention of Great Demon God Master. The several demon generals' expression became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. So, this senior needs to confirm this, and also needs Yang Shengzhu to give the senior a guarantee. What guarantee? No matter what the secret is, Yang Shengzhu must not reveal it. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If there are any benefits left behind, They will belong to my demon race. Yang Shengzhu must not covet them. Of course, since you've worked so hard and traveled so far to come here, this senior will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Demon Commander Master, what kind of benefits do you think there will be? Yang Kai chuckled. Who knows? Legend has it that great demon god master possesses all kinds of divine technique. Perhaps his cultivation method is hidden there. As soon as the statement came out, the breathing of the four demon generals suddenly became rapid, and a look of greed appeared in their eyes. All of them were tempted. I actually think there's nothing there. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Why does Yang Shengzhu say that? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, secretly feeling that Yang Kai seemed to know something, so he couldn't help paying attention to him. Just saying, Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. In that strange world, great demon god Soul Clone had said that if he had a chance to go to the demon capital, as long as he went there, all the mysteries would be solved. So, Yang Kai firmly believed that this secret was not some kind of divine technique of great demon god, but rather a simple secret. The benefits left behind by great demon god were all hidden in the demon mystic tome, and Yang Kai had already obtained them. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't willing to talk about it, Zhang Yuan frowned and helplessly asked, then does Yang Shengzhu agree to this senior's proposal? It doesn't matter, I'll do as you say. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Yuan's expression froze for a moment as a bad premonition filled his heart. He also felt that the secret left behind by great demon god didn't have any benefits, causing his mood to plummet. But until the last moment, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be disappointed, so he quickly regained his composure and said, then there's no problem. Of course, if Yang Shengzhu trusts the senior, this senior hopes you can enter that place alone. Impossible. Meng Wuya shook his head decisively, staring at Zhang Yuan with a sneer. You and the four demon general are here. If you let him follow you alone, wouldn't that be the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? No matter what, this old master and the others must follow. This old master doesn't trust you. In the past, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander and had learned from his mistakes. Zhang Yuan looked at Meng Wuya helplessly, aware of the latter's firm attitude, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, then everyone will go together. However, this senior still has the same condition, no matter what you see there. You cannot leak it out, otherwise what? Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan provocatively. Nothing. This senior cherishes his friendship with Yang Shengzhu very much and doesn't want to make things difficult for anyone. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly and no longer said anything, beckoning to his group. Everyone, please follow me. The four demon general excitedly followed. They were also very curious about the secret left behind by great demon god. Before, they had only heard rumors about it and had never been to that place, but now that they had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes, it was all thanks to Yang Kai. Chapter 961. Following Zhang Yuan through the demon palace, after a short time, they arrived at a certain room and Zhang Yuan walked in, the others following closely behind. Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this room should be Zhang Yuan's personal residence, and the entrance to the secret chamber left behind by great demon god was also hidden here. For many years, only the demon commanders of each generation were qualified to study this place, but now there were many more. In the corner of the room, Zhang Yuan released a few bursts of demonic qi, and a hidden door suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan walked in without saying a word, followed by the four demon general. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai and whispered to him to be careful before taking the lead. Yang Kai then walked inside. Li Rong, Han Fei, and the old demon brought up the rear. There was a straight passageway leading downwards. Although there was no light, it was not dark. Both sides of the passageway were decorated with many strange stones that were emitting light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. From the front, whispering could be heard, as if the four-demon general were discussing something. Kai Yang also discovered a lot of interesting things. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were many drawings of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. These drawings were very abstract, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what they were. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the front. These patterns are all important and glorious events of great demon god's life. Perhaps they were created by great demon god himself, but they don't have much significance. Yang Kai nodded gently, walking forward and looking around. Suddenly, the incongruous patterns in front of him seemed to come alive as clear scenes flashed before his eyes, silently narrating the life stories of great demon god. Yang Kai even saw the battle between great demon god and the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master. Great demon god was injured while the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master was severely injured, taking away a drop of demon god golden blood. Yang Kai also saw the battle between great demon god and a man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew around the world, but the couple still couldn't defeat them. He even saw a pair of tall and sturdy twin brothers being defeated by the great demon god. Then he saw the great demonic god standing proudly in the middle of an iceberg that had never melted since ancient times. Beside him was a woman in pure white clothes who was bathed in blood. She was looking at him with a look of love and hate. After a long time, the great demonic god left in a carefree manner. The woman was sad, and tears silently fell from her eyes. Yang Kai suddenly realized that there was a mystery behind these patterns. If he studied them carefully, he might be able to gain something special. The man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art were obviously the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Those twin brothers were definitely the two pavilion masters of the Twin Spirit Pavilion at that time. As for the woman wearing a white dress in the Ice Mountain, if Yang Kai wasn't wrong, she should be a senior from Ice Sect. These three sects were the top sects in that era. Those who fought against the great demonic god were all the most powerful masters of their time. But the great demonic god never lost a single battle, winning every single one of them. Scenes flashed before Yang Kai's eyes like flowing water, giving him a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing in the position of the great demon god, coldly overlooking all living beings in this world, making him feel lonely at the top. The great demonic god only took a few dozen years to establish himself as the strongest master under the heavens, one that no one could surpass. Since then, he had been lonely and lonely. He embarked on a journey to Star Field to explore more profound mysteries and secrets of the martial Tao. There was no news of him. There were rumors that he had accidentally fallen on his way to Star Field. Yang Shengzhu, Yang Shengzhu. Hearing Zhang Yuan shout, Yang Kai's body shook, and he quickly came back to his senses. Noticing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Yang Kai immediately understood that he had accidentally immersed himself in these strange patterns. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Yuan's expression froze as he stared blankly into Yang Kai's eyes. From these eyes, he saw a sense of melancholy, as if in an instant, Yang Kai had experienced thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor, giving the young man in front of him the impression that he was a flowing time great emperor. Meng Wu Yu apparently also noticed this and couldn't help frowning. However, this melancholy quickly disappeared. So quickly that Zhang Yuan thought he was imagining things and smiled. "We've arrived. Now we'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu." "Have we arrived?" Yang Kai looked forward and found that there was a dead end in front of him, a thick wall blocking their path. There was a hole in the wall. It was squarish and very flat. Everyone stared at him eagerly. Yang Kai understood, and with a wave of his divine sense, took out the demon mystic tome. In an instant, Zhang Yuan and the four demon generals' eyes lit up. Don't try anything funny. If you fight here, none of you will have an easy time. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This space was too narrow. Once so many Saint Realm masters fought here, the only result would be a lose-lose situation. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly and said, "Isn't Brother Meng being too vigilant? This senior has no intention of seizing someone's treasure. Who knows? That's the demon mystic tome we're talking about. Who knows what you're thinking?" Meng Wuya coldly snorted, leaning closer to Yang Kai and motioning, "You do it, I'll keep an eye on them." Yang Kai nodded and slowly pressed the demon mystic tome in his hand into the pit inside the quiet corridor. Everyone's breathing suddenly stagnated, their eyes all glued to the demon mystic tome like locusts, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. As the distance closed, Yang Kai felt the demon mystic tome in his hand tremble slightly and emit a buzzing sound. Immediately after, the demon mystic tome transformed into a black light and shot directly into the pit. The square pit was instantly filled, and in the next moment, the entire world began to tremble. A rustling sound rang out as gravel began to fall from above everyone's heads, giving them the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed as they secretly became vigilant, not knowing what would happen next. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick wall in front of them, and a dazzling white light bloomed from it, causing everyone to lose their sight. At the same time, a huge and irresistible suction force emerged from this crack, and even masters like Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya were helpless in the face of this force. With a series of strange screams, everyone was swallowed up by this crack and disappeared. It was as if they had been swallowed into the belly of a fierce beast. The next moment, in a white world, the masters of the demon race and Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, and the others appeared one by one. "Little brat, where's the demon mystic tome?" Meng Wuya only briefly checked his condition before hurriedly asking Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "It's back." The moment he was swallowed up by the crack, the demon mystic tome used to open the seal returned to Yang Kai's body. "That's good." Meng Wuya nodded. "What is this?" "Over there," Meng Ge suddenly shouted, his tone filled with excitement and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes shrank as they collectively became sluggish. In front of everyone was a ship. It was an incomparably huge ship. However, this ship had been here for who knew how many years and had long since become dilapidated. There were also many traces left behind from the great battle. What was strange, though, was that this ship did not have a mast, and there were no traces of it being submerged in water, as if it had never been in the water before. A desolate aura emanated from this dilapidated ship, making people feel that it was very old. Yang Kai glanced around and released his divine sense, surprised to find that all the materials used in this ship were of the highest grade. The dilapidated hull exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact. A strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he secretly clicked his tongue. Such a huge ship. How much material must it have cost to cast? That amount of materials was enough to create hundreds of saint-grade artifacts. This is the secret left behind by great demon masters. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face, a deep sense of disappointment flashing across his eyes. He had speculated countless times about what would be here, fantasizing that this place would contain great demon gods' cultivation method, various divine technique, or even some secret that would allow him to break through to the next level. No matter what was left behind here, he was looking forward to it, so he had lowered his status and befriended Yang Kai, hoping to use the demon mystic tome in his hands to open this barrier. But when he really came here and opened the barrier that no previous demon commander had been able to open, he found that the situation here was completely different from what he had imagined. It was just a dilapidated ship, although this dilapidated ship exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact. What use did it have? Was he going to use it to go out to sea? Zhang Yuan's strength was top-notch, so there was no need for him to use a ship to go out to sea. He couldn't accept this. He even suspected that everything here was a joke played by great demon god to his descendants. It seems like there's only this dilapidated ship here. Meng Wuya grinned, taking pleasure in Zhang Yuan's misfortune. The more disappointed Zhang Yuan was, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for Zhang Yuan to die from disappointment. That shouldn't be the case. Yang Kai frowned. In that strange world, great demon god Soul Clone had clearly said that as long as he went to the demon capital, he would have a chance to figure out everything. Now that he had come here and opened the barrier he had left behind for thousands of years, it was time to unravel his doubts. But he found that things were somewhat different from what he had expected. He was also a little disappointed. If it was just to see this dilapidated ship, why would he come all the way here? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing else here except for this dilapidated ship. The profound mysteries are hidden on that ship. Find them for me. Zhang Yuan seemed to have recovered and waved his hand as he shouted. The four demon general glanced at each other before rushing towards the dilapidated ship. I'll also take a look. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly, his figure flickering as he also rushed towards the dilapidated ship with the four demon general, obviously not wanting to give any benefits to others. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 962. In the blink of an eye, the four demon generals and Meng Wuya arrived in front of the big ship and were just about to set foot on it when suddenly a thick demonic chi burst out from a certain part of the ship. The four demon generals only felt a strong pushing force hit them head-on, and all of them let out strange cries as they tumbled backwards. Even Meng Wuya was pushed back, tumbling through the air a few times before landing beside Yang Kai, staring towards the broken ship with a look of dread. On the other side, a pitch-black energy suddenly appeared. This energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It floated in the air, constantly changing and wriggling. Great demon god's aura, Yang Kai shouted, a look of vigilance filling his face. Is this the aura of great demon god master? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he let out a burst of laughter. This senior knew there was more to this place than just a broken ship. Saying so, he stared at the mass of energy with a burning gaze, hoping to discover something from it. As long as he could find something, this trip would have been worth it. Feeling the tyrannical pressure from this aura, everyone became vigilant. A moment later, the wriggling dark energy transformed into a humanoid figure, and although it was very vague, Yang Kai was still able to make out the image of great demon god from its outline. The figure only paused midair for a moment before pouncing straight towards the crowd. As it approached, everyone felt as if their strength had been imprisoned, unable to move at all. With a look of horror, all of them watched as this figure passed through their bodies, exploded into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. At the same time, everyone felt as if something had appeared in their minds and involuntarily closed their eyes to investigate. Inside the vast expanse of white space, everyone stood motionless, each of them using their divine sense to examine the traces left behind by the black shadow passing through their bodies, their expressions gradually becoming more and more brilliant. It was the same for Yang Kai. After he immersed his mind, he suddenly realized that his soul was no longer in his knowledge sea, but in a vast star field. Stars dotted the sky, and there was nothing under his feet. A master covered in golden light was flying fast in the star field. His eyes were firm, his body was tough, and his face was dignified. He didn't use any secret treasures to protect himself, nor did he circulate the power in his body. He just relied on his body's defense to wander in the star field. It was the great demonic god. Yang Kai was greatly shaken. He immediately understood what the black shadow had instilled into his knowledge seas. This was clearly the experience of the great demonic god when he explored the star field. The legendary figures of that generation had left behind their experiences in the star field for future generations. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He could only quietly watch everything that happened to him, unable to intervene at all. He believed that the others were the same. Immediately, Yang Kai focused on observing, not wanting to miss a single detail. This scene could be connected to the patterns in the corridor. After countless years of loneliness, the great demonic god finally embarked on the path to explore the star field. He had no goal in mind, just like a fallen leaf drifting with the wind in the vast star field. He encountered the storms of the star field, but managed to rush through them unscathed. His strength was astonishing. He encountered an asteroid sea and sat cross-legged on one of the asteroids, allowing it to carry him through the star field. After an unknown amount of time, the great demonic god sitting on the asteroid sea suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge ship sailing through the star field, one that was basically the same as the broken ship he had seen before. The great demonic god's eyes lit up, and after the big ship left, he followed it without saying a word. His original intention was to let this big ship take him to a more mysterious world where he could pursue the more profound martial Tao. But to the great demonic god's surprise, this star field ship seemed to have a problem and seemed to have lost its way in the star field. The great demonic god followed it for a few years without any gains and continued to wander the star field, until one day the star field ship seemed to have discovered something and suddenly changed direction, heading towards a certain planet. The great demonic god had returned after following the star field ship, and arriving at the planet, the great demonic god suddenly discovered that this was the Tong Xian realm he had left. After wandering the star field for who knows how many years, following this star field ship, the great demonic god had finally returned to the place he had left. The big ship was anchored somewhere in the demon land. From the big ship, many guests from outer space walked down. Some of these guests had green eyes like ghost flames, some had a single horn on their forehead, which was very strange, and some had a pair of long ears, but most of them were no different from humans. Each of them was extremely powerful, with the weakest among them being a transcendent. The leaders of this group had even surpassed the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, the entire demon land was engulfed in the flames of war. The demon general had come to stop them, but the peak Third Order Saint Demon General was as weak as an ant in front of these starfield guests, and was easily killed by a green-eyed cultivator, not even his bones remaining. On a high peak, these masters from the starfield stood atop, overlooking Tong Xian realm, all of them in high spirits, feeling that with their strength they could completely enslave this weak world. The great demonic god did not decline, and led the entire demon race to fight against these invaders. The scene changed, and on a hellish battlefield, the great demonic god's golden body was bathed in blood as he killed one enemy after another, sending them flying in all directions. On this battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. There were ancient demon clansmen with demon crests on their faces who swore to follow the great demonic god, using their bodies and lives to block one attack after another for the great demonic god. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace teamed up to fight against the powerful bone race, Long Feng Chungxiang. There were also many masters from Ice Sect who, with a single thought, could cause snowflakes to fall and freeze the world. The two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion used their twin chi shared spirit divine art to further enhance their strength. There was also the monster race's great senior, demonic chi. The world changed color. In this battle, all the guests from the starry sky were killed, none of them surviving. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were nowhere to be found, and so were the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Several of the monster race's great seniors had died on the spot. The entire demon race suffered heavy casualties, with the great demonic god suffering heavy injuries and barely surviving. Over the next few dozen years, the great demonic god dragged his broken body across Tong Xian realm, using the power of the void corridors scattered throughout the continent to construct a shocking spirit array. He sealed the entire Tong Xian realm, making the planet where Tong Xian realm was located fade from the sight of the star field, making it so that any guests from the starry sky who might come here would never be able to find Tong Xian realm. He left a wisp of his soul clone at the center of this spirit array, guarding it, not allowing anyone to approach for thousands of years. Then he sealed the ancient demon clan. From then on, there was no news of them. In that vast white world, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Everyone's expression was incomparably complicated. Some didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. The atmosphere was strange and dull. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk as they woke up, the dark energy that had been pouring into their bodies overflowed and rushed towards Yang Kai, imprinting itself into his body and disappearing. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled, and his face became ferocious, as if he was enduring some kind of severe pain, sweat dripping from his forehead and drenching his clothes in an instant. Master! Li Rong didn't have time to digest the information she had just obtained and hurriedly looked towards Yang Kai. Everyone had woken up, but Yang Kai still had his eyes closed. Li Rong was also very concerned about the dark energy just now, but she didn't know why Yang Kai's experience was different. Don't disturb him. Meng Wu Ye suddenly spoke up, a thoughtful look on his face as he said in surprise, he seems to have gained something else. In the end, he is Great Demon God's successor. Master Demon God seems to be a bit biased. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai enviously. Although the dark energy that had poured into everyone's bodies just now carried Great Demon God's memories, it was still a huge amount of energy. If he could refine and absorb this energy, Zhang Yuan was confident that his strength would improve greatly. Unfortunately, this energy had flown away from his body, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Zhang Yuan cursed in his heart. All of you stand back. Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan with displeasure, fearing that he would disturb Yang Kai at this critical moment. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, after seeing what happened just now, do you think I will do anything to him? I don't know, but I don't trust you. Meng Wuya remained unmoved. Good, this senior will stand back. Zhang Yuan was helpless and could only walk away with the four demon general and observe the situation from a distance. Yang Kai's pains seemed to be getting more and more intense, his handsome body trembling as his muscles tightened, causing Li Rong's heart to ache. When did he undergo Yuan Qi holiness transformation? Meng Wu Ye suddenly asked. The Yuan Qi aura exuding from Yang Kai's body had given him some clues. A few months ago when we went to High Heaven Pavilion, Li Rong replied. A few months? How could it be so fast? Meng Wu Ye's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's current appearance seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough, but after an average cultivator underwent Yuan Qi holiness transformation, it would take at least a few years to truly glimpse the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Even if Yang Kai's talent was good, it was impossible for him to take this step in just a few months. This was too inconceivable. Just as Meng Wuya was pondering, under Yang Kai's left eye, a drop of blood suddenly rolled down like a pearl mixed with a golden glow. What happened? Meng Wuya was shocked. Will young master be okay? Old Demon also expressed his concern. Meng Wuya didn't say a word, and instead focused on inquiring about Yang Kai's situation. The more he investigated, the more uncertain he became. He had never encountered a situation like Yang Kai's. Chapter 963. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a sudden change occurred. Just after he finished investigating the secrets of Great Demon God's exploration of the star field, a surge of energy suddenly poured into his knowledge sea. His entire knowledge sea was thrown into turmoil as the island formed by the six-colored soul-warming lotus floated up and down, seemingly on the verge of being overturned at any moment. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the calm of his knowledge sea, but was unable to stop it. This energy was like a violent storm, like a bolt of lightning tearing apart his knowledge sea, causing him unbearable pain. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge, sea suddenly released a powerful suction force and absorbed all the energy that poured in, immediately plunging his entire knowledge, sea, into darkness. This was Yang Kai's domain, and here he was the master. He could command everything here, even change the scenery and layout. However, when the demon eye of annihilation swallowed all this energy, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his knowledge sea. His soul avatar felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling forever without end, causing him to panic. In the darkness, only the golden light emitted by the demon eye of annihilation was dazzling. His soul avatar was enveloped by this golden light, giving him a terrifying feeling that it was about to be swallowed whole. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation restrained all spiritual energy. The souls of the masters Yang Kai had killed were all drawn to this place, and then purified by this golden light. It had never harmed Yang Kai before, but this time was different. Yang Kai faintly felt that if he didn't do something, he might end up like those people, his soul avatar purified, leaving behind only some pure spiritual energy. At that time, he would no longer exist in this world. Roaring in resistance, Yang Kai saw a faint six-colored light bloom in the darkness. His mind shook as his soul avatar hurriedly flew in that direction. A moment later, his soul avatar set foot on the six-colored island. On the six-colored island, there were countless tiny soul-devouring insects living here. After a long period of nourishment, these soul-devouring insects seemed to have become stronger than before. Yang Kai ignored them, and with a thought, the six-colored island returned to its original form, taking on the appearance of the soul-warming lotus. The lotus petals gradually closed and wrapped around Yang Kai's soul avatar. The golden light from the demon eye of annihilation was like a scorching sun, evaporating the energy in Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, causing it to rapidly dry up. An unimaginable pain was transmitted from the depths of his soul. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to continuously replenish his fading knowledge sea. Gradually, the pain became a lot weaker, and Yang Kai was surprised to discover that he had formed a strange connection with the demon eye of annihilation that belonged to great demon god. Since obtaining the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai had been trying to refine it, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded, although he could use the purifying power of the demon eye of annihilation. Fundamentally speaking, this golden eye was just a foreign object that existed in his knowledge sea, and was not something he truly owned. This was completely different from the six-colored soul-warming lotus. After experiencing a series of painful experiences, Yang Kai had formed a true connection with the demon eye of annihilation. The evaporated energy in his knowledge sea had become a bridge between him and the demon eye of annihilation, allowing the demon eye of annihilation to truly acknowledge him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Without restraint, he began to stimulate the power of the soul-warming lotus, constantly producing new seawater in his knowledge sea, which was then evaporated and absorbed by the demon eye of annihilation. With the passage of time, the pain in his soul became lighter and lighter, gradually disappearing. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a relaxed and happy feeling. Finally, at a certain moment, Yang Kai felt that the demon eye of annihilation had truly become his. The demon eye of annihilation, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor and crashed straight towards Yang Kai. The six-colored soul-warming lotus wrapped around Yang Kai opened its petals and Yang Kai stared at the demon eye of annihilation fearlessly, allowing it to rush into his soul avatar and disappear. The world suddenly became a little different, and a subtle joy rose from the bottom of his heart. In the vast expanse of whiteness, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Pain spread from his left eye, and Meng Wuya and the others around him were looking at him with concern and nervousness. "Yang Kai, what happened?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. As soon as these words came out, Meng Wuya froze on the spot, his eyes overflowing with shock as he pointed to Yang Kai. "Your left eye." The left eye was no longer black and white, but a golden pupil. The long and narrow golden pupil was filled with endless majesty, and the expression in its eyes was also extremely indifferent. It was just like the great demon god that Meng Wuya had seen before, coldly looking down on all living things. Vaguely, an invisible vortex emerged from the golden eye and madly tugged at Meng Wuya's soul, as if trying to devour it and destabilize it. Treasurer Meng's face changed greatly, and he quickly averted his gaze, shouting, "Close your left eye." Yang Kai was startled but quickly realized what had happened and reached out to cover his left eye. The palm of his hand was damp and hot, as well as the smell of blood. It wasn't until this moment that Li Rong, Han Fei, and Old Demon breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with shock. "Young master, what happened to your left eye?" Old Demon asked in a trembling voice. Old Servant's soul was almost sucked away. The demon eye of annihilation. It's the demon eye of annihilation of great demon god. Zhang Yuan screamed crazily. Even though they were separated by a great distance, when he looked at Yang Kai just now, he could still feel the pull he felt. It was as if he was facing the great demon god himself. The pressure he felt was like a mountain. The four demon general also went pale as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. The great demon god had all kinds of divine abilities, and one of them was cultivated in his left eye. It was the soul-extinguishing golden light. According to the ancient records, the great demon god's left eye could see through all illusions in the world and restrain all divine souls. What Zhang Yuan had never imagined was that after thousands of years, the demon eye of annihilation would reappear. It had reappeared in the body of a human. This made him feel very disappointed. He couldn't help wondering what this little brat Yang Kai had done to be so lucky. "I need to enter retreat for a while." Yang Kai covered his eye and wiped the blood from it as he said lightly. Meng Wuya nodded. That golden eye was really too dangerous. If he couldn't control it freely, anyone who approached Yang Kai in the future would likely suffer a calamity. "Then you enter retreat here. We'll go out first. When you come out, we'll discuss other things," Meng Wuya said in a deep voice before turning to Zhang Yuan. "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. Yang Kai then summoned the demon mystic tome and opened the exit, allowing the others to leave first. After they left, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in studying the demon eye of annihilation. Time flew by, and 1 month later, inside the demon palace, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, the four demon general, and Meng Wuya were all waiting anxiously. During this past month, Yang Kai had remained in retreat, so they had nothing to do. It wasn't until today that they suddenly noticed Yang Kai's aura appear and immediately understood that he should have exited his retreat. All of them rushed to Zhang Yuan's room and stared at the entrance to the secret room. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai's left eye with lingering fear and found that it had returned to its normal state, becoming black and white again. "Did you succeed?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked, and Yang Kai gently nodded. It took him an entire month to finally be able to freely control the demon eye of annihilation. This eye, which contained the divine technique of great demon god, could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Since Yang Shengzhu has come out, Let's discuss what we saw before. Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too deeply about the demon eye of annihilation and said in a sour tone. Everyone glanced around at each other and nodded. They had been holding this matter in their stomachs for an entire month now, so they had no choice but to discuss it. Inside the hall, the demon race masters and Yang Kai took their seats. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan lightly coughed and said, "I think everyone here has seen what the seniors saw before." Everyone nodded. Great Demon God really fell. But he didn't fall while exploring the star field as the rumors say, but rather died for the sake of Tong Xian realm. Zhang Yuan sighed. Great Demon God Master is truly admirable. Meng Wuya sneered. He's been dead for thousands of years. There's no need to say such empty words. Zhang Yuan looked at him indifferently. This is the great achievement of Great Demon God Master. No one can deny it. If he had not exhausted himself in battle, this continent would have long since fallen into the hands of those starry sky visitors. Whatever you say, Meng Wuya spat. Meng Wuya spat disdainfully. Although he didn't like the demon race very much, it was undeniable that Great Demon God's actions had indeed changed the fate of Tong Xian realm. Unfortunately, the Bone Race clansmen had not all died, although in the message left behind by Great Demon God, everyone saw that all the starry sky visitors had died. There must have been some Bone Race clansmen who had secretly hidden themselves away from Great Demon God's sight. After thousands of years, they had revived again. Thanks to Great Demon God Master, we now know that there is a higher realm above the Saint Realm, the Saint King Realm. Zhang Yuan shouted. Great Demon God Master had already reached the Saint King Realm back then. It was precisely because Great Demon God's strength surpassed that of this world that even masters like Meng, Wuya, and Zhang Yuan were unable to break through the various barriers left behind by him. The huge disparity in strength left them helpless. Among those starry sky visitors, there were also Saint Kings, but they were all defeated by Great Demon God and killed. I don't understand. Why did Great Demon God Master use the void corridors all over the world to arrange such a shocking spirit array to seal off all of Tong Xian realm? Meng Gu asked curiously. Because he perceived the danger of those starry sky visitors. Yang Kai quickly said, Great Demon God's method back then was not a seal, it was probably just a way to dilute it. Among those starry sky visitors, there were Saint King Realm Masters. So, Great Demon God knew that once he died, if such masters came to Tong Xian Realm in the future, no one would be able to resist them. So he arranged a massive spirit array to make Tong Xian Realm fade away from the star field. This way, if any starry sky visitors passed by Tong Xian Realm, it would be difficult for them to discover any traces of life here. This should be a form of protection. Chapter 964. Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable and was exactly what most of the people present had been thinking about for the past month. All of them nodded in agreement. I understand. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he said thoughtfully, I understand what Great Demon God's soul clone meant. Great Demon God Master's soul clone? Zhang Yuan was startled and quickly asked for more details. Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply explained how he rescued Meng, Wuya. When I finally left, Great Demon God's soul clone told me that this world had been sealed for too long and it was time to see the light of day again. At that time, I thought he was referring to that strange, mysterious small world, but it turns out he was referring to Tong Xian Realm. He asked me to come to the demon capital because he had left a message here. The seal had been lifted, the mysterious small world had opened, and all of Tong Xian Realm had once again appeared in the star field. This was what Great Demon God meant by seeing the light of day again. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao had said that the current star field was somewhat different from before, and many stars that could not be seen before could now be seen. This was also because Great Demon God's seal had been lifted. Now that the seal had been lifted, the world had become much brighter, and naturally, many stars that could not be seen before could be seen. So, Meng Wuya's expression became strange, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Tong Xian realm becoming like this is the responsibility of this old master and little Yang Kai. Exchanging a glance with Yang Kai, both of them also wore blank expressions. The lifting of the seal is your responsibility, but the revival of the bone race has nothing to do with you. Although the timing is somewhat coincidental, the old demon frowned. It may have something to do with it. The great demon god left behind a seal, and his aura covered the entire continent. So the bone race did not dare to awaken, but after the seal was lifted, the great demon god's aura disappeared. The bone race sensed it and dared to come out. Yang Kai pondered. This is just my guess, but it is very likely to be true. The 5 masters from the demon race all glanced at each other before Zhang Yuan said, if that's the case, then Yang Shengzhu has an unavoidable responsibility for this World War II catastrophe. You are also duty-bound to stop them. What do you mean by that? Meng Wuya squinted at Zhang Yuan and sneered. Do you want to stay out of this? Yang Kai said that the bone race has several dozen Saint Realm masters, and that they can use their corpses to create new clansmen. Once they are given enough time, they will never be able to kill them all. Ooh. The bone race was like a spark, and although the current fire was small, it could start a prairie fire. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. Of course not. The great demon god master was able to exhaust himself and die for the sake of the entire continent. My demon race is his descendant, so naturally it is impossible for me to disgrace him. And my demon race will also assist Yang Shengzhu. Although he said so, everyone could see the reluctance in his words. Yang Kai glanced over at him before standing up and saying, I already understand what happened and the truth of the continent. Whether your demon race wants to intervene or not is up to you. If you want your descendants to be enslaved by the bone race forever, you can also bide your time. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked straight out of the hall. Meng Wuya and the others quickly followed. Zhang Yuan's face changed as he shouted, Yang Shengzhu, wait, what is it? Yang Kai turned around. Dare I ask, when Yang Shengzhu returns this time, will he deal with the bone race? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before replying, relying on my 9 heavens holy land alone is impossible. The difference in strength is too great. I need to find some helpers, but I don't know how many I can find. Zhang Yuan frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, I don't think there is anyone in this world who understands the power of the bone race better than us. Just now, this senior had some misgivings. Yang Shengzhu, after you go back, gather as many helpers as possible while this senior will immediately take stock of them and bring them to 9 heavens holy land to join you. Yang Kai sneered. You want to help? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. This senior simply doesn't want to disappoint the great demon god master. I am the demon commander, the ruler of the demon land. Can I even clean up the mess left behind by the great demon god master? Yang Kai stared at him deeply before turning to look at the 4 demon general behind him, discovering that all 4 of them also wore solemn expressions. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai declared, no matter what, when this matter is over, all grievances between us will be written off. When the time comes, this senior may have many things to ask Yang Shengzhu about, especially when it comes to the great demon god master. Zhang Yuan laughed. Good. Yang Kai nodded. We'll be going now. There's no need to see us off. After Yang Kai and the others left, Zhang Yuan's expression became dignified as he turned to the 4 demon general and said, how serious this matter is. All of you are well aware there is no need for this senior to explain any further. Return to your respective territories and gather your forces. Half a month from now, we will meet in Man City. Yes, the 4 demon general nodded and quickly left. Aboard the star shuttle, Yang Kai and the others quickly flew off. Meng Wuya said with some surprise, Zhang Yuan is quite easy to talk to this time. It's not that he's easy to talk to, it's just that he understands that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. If we fight with the bone race, if we lose, the next one to suffer will likely be his demon land. But if we win, I will definitely settle accounts with him in the future. No matter who wins or loses, there will be no benefits for him, Yang Kai said lightly, seemingly seeing through the concerns in Zhang Yuan's heart. His attitude from the beginning was very ambiguous, clearly unwilling to intervene in this matter. After all, once he did, he had to be prepared to suffer some losses. But seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, he had no choice but to compromise. Perhaps at first he wanted Yang Kai to give him some benefits so he could help. After all, he didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had too many things he coveted. The Demon Mystic Tome, the Demon God Divine Technique, the Demon God Golden Blood. All of them made him extremely jealous. In any case, this time's world catastrophe is this old master's responsibility. Meng Wuya sighed heavily. If he hadn't taken Xia Ningchang to that mysterious small world, Yang Kai wouldn't have had to destroy the 8 Tong Xian pillars in order to rescue him. Those pillars were the hubs of the entire spirit array, and once they were destroyed, the spirit array would no longer be able to operate, and the world seal would be destroyed, resulting in the current situation. Meng Wuya blamed himself. No one's responsibility. Yang Kai shook his head. Even if I hadn't destroyed it that time, that spirit array would have stopped functioning on its own one day. We just caused this incident to happen ahead of time. If you don't have any responsibility, then why are you so enthusiastic? Meng Wuya laughed dryly. Am I enthusiastic? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded together. Old Demon also grinned meaningfully. Young Master, you are indeed so. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, that may be because I don't want those who have just lost their homes to lose a place that can shelter them again. If it was anything else, even if the sky fell down, there would still be others to hold it up. But for those people, I am their heaven. If I don't hold it up, who will? Meng Wuya's body shook, knowing that the people Yang Kai was referring to were those from the Great Han Dynasty. Nodding lightly, you've matured a lot. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also flashed brilliantly as she stared towards Yang Kai, feeling more and more that her master was extraordinary. Under the night sky, the star shuttle flashed a brilliant blue light and flew across the sky like a meteor. Kai Yang looked up at the sky full of stars, but he was unable to find the beautiful figure that had captivated his dreams in this magnificent world. Su Yen, right now, was nowhere to be found in Starfield. A few days later, Yang Kai's group returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The atmosphere in the Holy Land was clearly different from before, and it was quite dignified. As soon as Yang Kai returned, Su Hui hurriedly reported, Holy Master, news has spread that within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Water Spirit Temple, all living creatures have been wiped out. This matter seems to have spread across the entire continent and has caused quite a stir. On top of that, the bone race seems to be continuing to expand their territory, acting extremely presumptuous. Let them expand. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The bigger they make this matter, the easier it will be for us to deal with it. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, when you passed the news to the great forces of the human race, what was their attitude? Su Hui angrily replied, not many people believed it. And even if some reluctantly believed it, none of them had any intention of intervening. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, but now I think they should believe it. It can't be helped if they don't believe me. In the direction of Water Spirit Temple, countless people have already begun to flee. Our Holy Land is on the edge of the human race's territory, so we don't need to worry about anything for the time being. Good, continue to contact people, and have those who are willing to fight against the bone race come to my Nine Heavens Holy Land. Tell them that this time it's not just my human race's business, the demon race and monster race will also be sending people. This time, the masters of the entire world will be joining forces. The demon race and monster race? Su Hui was shocked, suddenly realizing that the situation was more serious than he had thought, quickly excusing himself and leaving. After briefly staying in the Holy Land for a while, Yang Kai rushed to the Beast Sea jungle. Inside Thunder Tree Palace, the three monster race great seniors had gathered and seemed to be discussing something. When Yang Kai arrived, the three great seniors were a little surprised. Thunder Dragon asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to the demon land? How come you've returned so quickly?" "I've already been there and met with Zhang Yuan." "What was his attitude?" "He will send someone over." "I came this time to see what you three think." "Zhang Yuan will also send someone over." Among the three, the only woman exclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you. Yang Kai, you should have never met you, alright? The one called you by Lei Long was an enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure, a graceful waist, and a pair of soft breasts. Her skin was white like cream, and her beautiful eyes emitted a spirit that could captivate one's soul. She was one of the three monster race great seniors, and her true body was an ice jade python great senior. In terms of strength, she was no worse than Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox. After the two greeted each other, Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "I've long heard that Yang Xingzhu is so young, but has such outstanding strength. Seeing you today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. Yang Xingzhu, would you be interested in visiting my territory for a few days?" Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Yang Kai. "If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely ask for your advice," Yang Kai grinned. "Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you," Yu said while throwing a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. Thunder Dragon's face went black as he shouted, "Hey, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to do this in front of me?" Chapter 965. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a bitter tone. Yang Kai glanced at him and immediately understood that Thunder Dragon was interested in this dragon lady, solemnly saying, "Let's get down to business." The expressions of the three great seniors also became dignified. Words alone won't be enough. Three seniors should take a look with your own eyes. Yang Kai quickly said, "Take a look with our own eyes." Thunder Dragon raised his brow, somewhat puzzled as to what Yang Kai wanted them to see. "If three seniors trust me, release the defenses of your knowledge seas." As Yang Kai spoke, he condensed a white ball of light at his fingertips. This ball of light exuded his soul aura and was obviously a part of Yang Kai's memories. The three monster race great seniors looked at each other and nodded. Yang Kai then pointed his finger at the foreheads of the three great seniors and sent this ball of spiritual energy into their knowledge seas. The three great seniors' bodies shook slightly before they slowly closed their eyes and carefully examined the information sent by Yang Kai. This information not only included everything they had seen in the demon capital, but also what Yang Kai had seen in Water Spirit Temple. After a long time, the three monster race great seniors slowly opened their eyes, their expressions extremely solemn. They all deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the bone race. "I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with Great Demon God," Thunder Dragon muttered to himself. "On top of that, my monster race's seniors also fought against those Starry Sky invaders." Yu frowned slightly, but why is there no record of this? Almost all of my monster race's seniors died in battle. Such a glorious past should have been recorded. Above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only Great Demon God has reached this realm. Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "It's really incredible. What do you want us to do?" Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai seriously. "Help," Yang Kai said concisely. "According to my observations, the bone race doesn't have a single Saint King Realm Master. The most powerful one among them is only a third-order saint, and there are only a few of them. What's most frightening is that they can create new clansmen using a special method. They seem to be invincible, but that's not the case. If the humans, demons, and demons can join forces, it won't be difficult to destroy them. Thunder Dragon nodded. If we want to make a move, we have to do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. That's what I thought too. Old Cow, and Ur, what do you think? Thunder Dragon turned his eyes to the other two great venerables. After all, this concerns the entire monster race. This king cannot make a decision alone. I'll listen to you. Ur handed the decision over to Thunder Dragon. Earth-splitting Ox shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Thunder Dragon grinned. Zhang Yuan has already intervened in this matter. How can my monster race remain uninvolved? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't the world laugh at the demon clan? Count us in as well. Yang Kai shook his head and nodded firmly. Good. I knew Thunder Dragon Great Senior would be easy to deal with. Thunder Dragon shook his head. This isn't helping you. It's just that my monster race is seeking a way to survive. Tong Xian Realm is not the territory of those bones. This is our territory. After the three great seniors agreed, they immediately began to convene the monster race masters. The beast sea jungle wasn't too far from Nine Heavens' holy land. So, once the gathering was complete, they would soon be able to meet up with Yang Kai, much faster than the demon race. Both the monster and demon clans had already expressed their willingness to intervene in this matter, but what made Yang Kai feel slightly disappointed was that the great forces of the human race had yet to respond. With the exception of some forces that had a close relationship with Nine Heavens' holy land or Yang Kai, most of them maintained a wait-and-see attitude. All of them took it for granted that the situation wasn't too bad, and that even if the disaster spread, it wouldn't affect them. The ambiguous attitude of these great forces made Great Elder Su so angry that he couldn't stop cursing, but there was nothing he could do. One day, an old man and a young man arrived at Nine Heavens' holy land. The old man had white hair and gave off a sage-like aura, while the young man had red lips and white teeth. His appearance was handsome enough to make many women feel ashamed of their inferiority, secretly hating how such a handsome man could be born. Master, we've arrived. The handsome young man looked towards the 9 peaks and took a deep breath. That guy is doing quite well now, actually occupying such a large piece of treasure land. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no need to envy others. You and I, master and disciple, have traveled the world and gained many things. What master says is right. The young man nodded respectfully. But master, why did you suddenly want to come here? The old man chuckled. I heard there was an alchemy grandmaster here, so master naturally wanted to meet him. How could there be an alchemy grandmaster that can compare to master? The young man sneered, apparently not taking this seriously, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he muttered to himself, does master not want to embarrass the human race? Since why say it out loud? The old man sighed slightly. The world situation is worrying. How many people can he call upon at such a young age? The demon race and the monster race have already taken action. Only the human race is still divided. This old master has not appeared for a long time, but now it's time for him to show his face. I knew this was master's true intention. The young man grinned meaningfully, as if he had long seen through the old man's intentions. Good. There is a disciple guarding the mountain over there. Go and inform him. The old man waved his hand to the young man, who quickly stepped forward and said a few words to the holy land, disciple guarding the mountain. After hearing this, the disciple quickly said, Please wait a moment, I'll go and report to Great Elder. Inside the Holy Master Court's alchemy room, Yang Kai was refining pills with his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Frowning, Yang Kai put down the things in his hands and quietly left the room. Outside the door, Su Hui was waiting. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked. Someone outside the peak is asking for an audience. Who is it? According to the disciples' report, the person who asked for an audience called himself Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao. Yang Kai's body shook as he hurriedly asked, did he come alone or with an old man? Su Hui was taken aback, not knowing why Yang Kai was so excited, quickly replying, it seems that there was an old man with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the 9 peaks like a gust of wind. Su Hui scratched his head, a blank look filling his face. He had never seen Yang Kai greet a guest so eagerly. As 9 Heavens' Holy Land's reputation grew, very few people were qualified to be personally welcomed by the Holy Master. What was the identity of Zhai Yao? How could he be so important to the Holy Master? While Su Hui was wondering, Yang Kai rushed back like a gust of wind. Su Hui was stunned. Holy Master, you, before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already brushed past him and rushed straight into the alchemy room. A moment later, several grandmasters' angry shouts rang out from inside the room. Little brat, you ruined my furnace of pills. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let you off. My pills were also destroyed. What a pity these Saint Great herbs were wasted. Heavens, smelly brat, what do you want to do? Waste heaven's treasures. Waste heaven's treasures. Don't pull me. I want to stay here and perform alchemy. I'm not going anywhere. Who do you want to see? This old master won't see anyone. That's right. What kind of person could be more important than alchemy? Besides, what kind of divine being is actually qualified for us old fogies to meet with him? Does he even have such qualifications? I won't see him. Tell him to scram. The several grandmasters were all grumbling, obviously very dissatisfied with Yang Kai disturbing their alchemy. Su Hui vaguely heard Yang Kai say something in a low voice. In the room, the shouts of the grandmasters stopped abruptly, as if they had lost their ability to speak. It was completely silent. Su Hui also seemed to hear a rapid heartbeat coming from inside the room. Soon after, the 5 grandmasters rushed out of the room, each with a fanatical look on their faces, as they fought to be the first to rush out. The fat on Chang Bao's body trembled violently, wave after wave, but he still refused to show weakness. He ran faster than a rabbit, relying on his fat body to knock down the other grandmasters as he took the lead. Su Hui was dumbstruck. When had he ever seen these famous grandmasters lose their composure like this? Grandmasters don't run so fast. Su Hui only had time to warn them before the 5 grandmasters disappeared. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang also flew past him. What's going on? Su Hui was confused. Outside the 9 peaks, when Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang arrived, they happened to see the 5 grandmasters gathered around a white-haired old man. All of the grandmasters wore expressions of worship and fanaticism as they spoke to the old man cautiously. Chang Bao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he smiled brilliantly. Seemingly having been praised by the old man, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Yang. The young man next to the old man called out to Yang Kai. Brother Zhai. Yang Kai greeted him warmly. It's been many years, and it's been almost 10 years since we last met in Floating Cloud City. Oh, Zhai Yao said, suddenly turning his eyes to Xia Ningchang and exclaiming, Aren't you that girl? Why are you here? This is my senior sister, Xia Ningchang. Senior sister. Zhai Yao's expression froze as he suddenly remembered. So, you finally found her? Congratulations, congratulations. Many thanks, Brother Zhai. Yang Kai smiled, walked over to the old man, and respectfully bowed. Junior greets Li Lao. Xia Ningchang also gracefully bowed. Little friend Yang doesn't need to be so polite. Li Lao smiled and nodded. This old master came uninvited. Little friend Yang won't blame me, right? Li Lao is too serious. Li Lao and Brother Zhai coming to the Holy Land is Junior's honor. How could I dare blame you? Please come in. Kai Yang gestured to the side. Li Lao smiled and nodded before. under the escort of the 5 grandmasters, strolling into 9 heavens' holy land. When the disciples guarding the mountain saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know where this old man and young man came from. Why were the 5 grandmasters and the Holy Lord so respectful to them? Their hearts were filled with suspicion. Chapter 966. The news of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui's arrival in 9 heavens' holy land, spread like wildfire throughout the 9 peaks. Many disciples of the 9 peaks put down what they were doing and ran to the guest hall. They craned their necks and looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the master from afar and be proud of it. The source of all this was because Su Hui had accidentally blurted out Li Lao's name when Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters led Li Lao and Zhai Yao to 9 heavens' holy land. Su Hui quickly inquired about the identity of the other party. After all, he was the Holy Land's great elder, Old Man Mo, so he could not neglect his guests. After learning that this old man was the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Su Hui shouted on the spot. Only now did he understand why Yang Kai had hurriedly run over to greet him, and why the 5 venerable grandmasters were acting like students in front of this old man. In this world, only Li Lao had such qualifications and could command such respect from the 5 grandmasters. As a result, the news spread like wildfire. Thousands of disciples from the Holy Land gathered around the reception hall, leaving not even a drop of water able to leak out. Every generation produced a new generation of talents. Thousands of years ago, the demon race had its great demon god, but now the human race had its own unique talent, Li Lao. The human, monster, and demon races were mutually antagonistic and hated each other, but if there was anyone in this world who could command respect from all 3 races, besides the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, there was no one else. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan and the several great seniors of the monster race didn't dare act rashly in front of Li Lao. Unfortunately, Li Lao was a mysterious dragon who moved about without a fixed residence, so very few people knew what he looked like, so it had been many years since anyone had heard anything about him. Back in Floating Cloud City, Li Lao had quietly gone to the city lord's mansion without alerting too many people. It was rumored that he had died long ago, causing many people to sigh. But now he had taken the initiative to come to 9 heavens' holy land. What are you looking at? Don't you need to do anything? If you keep crowding around here, I'll dig out all your eyeballs. Su Hui walked out of the hall with a cold face and shouted. The thousands of disciples were shocked and scattered like birds and beasts. In the main hall, Yang Kai said embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of Li Lao, and I will restrain my disciples from revealing your whereabouts. It's fine, it's fine. Li Lao waved his hand amiably, indicating that he didn't care. In the past, wherever I went, I concealed my identity and didn't want outsiders to know my whereabouts. But this time, I hope someone knows that I'm here. Why is that? In the hall, the Holy Land's elder Chang Mo and the alchemists looked at him in confusion. Li Lao muttered to himself for a moment before his expression turned serious. He said calmly, Recently, this old man has heard a lot of strange news. It is said that the news came from here? Yes, that information. It's true. Yang Kai nodded. As expected, Li Lao sighed lightly and said leisurely, This old master also heard that Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors have taken action, but most of the great forces of the human race are still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. And Yang Kai's expression became heavy. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. They aren't like Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors who have seen some secrets with their own eyes, so they aren't too convinced. This can't be blamed on them. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, but not all of them are like this. Soaring Heaven Sect, Dragon Phoenix Palace, Twin Spirit Pavilion, and Bold Independent Union have all sent word a few days ago that they will be bringing people over as soon as possible. How many masters can these sects with close ties to little friend Yang possibly gather? When the time comes, I'm afraid the monster race and demon race will become laughingstocks. Currently, my human race is the most powerful force in the world, and this matter is happening in our territory, but in the end, it is the monster race and demon race that are mobilizing all of their forces. What kind of scandal is this? There's no other way. I can't force others to do this kind of thing. Yang Kai also felt helpless. Does little friend Yang know which force is the largest in this world? Li Lao suddenly asked with a smile. The largest force? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. My Nine Heavens Holy Land has developed quite well and can be considered one of the top forces in this world. My sect, Soaring Heaven Sect, is also doing well, but how can we compare? And there are many holy lands and holy lands in this world where some of the top masters don't appear for a long time. No one knows whether they are still alive or not. Hifeng also echoed. Li Lao, which force are you talking about? Du Wan asked curiously. Li Lao laughed, but didn't answer directly. Instead, slowly saying, Little friend Yang, the development of your Nine Heavens Holy Land is something this old master has heard about. It is said that because of a mysterious alchemist, Nine Heavens Holy Land status has rapidly risen, gradually surpassing what it once was. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up, understanding what kind of force Li Lao was referring to. A mysterious alchemist was able to make all those cultivators come here to beg for pills. What if all the alchemists in the world were included? The Alchemist Guild. Yang Kai shouted. Li Lao smiled and nodded. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, I believe those great forces and masters in the world would make the right choice. Li Lao, did you come here today just for this? Yang Kai looked at him excitedly, and since becoming famous, this old master has begun to play with the world, not caring about worldly affairs. For the past 1,000 years, I have not done anything for this world, but now that countless people have worshipped this old master's heart is uneasy. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, this old master will naturally not let it go. And although I have not appeared in the world for a long time, I believe this old master still has some face. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters now and have them come forward to negotiate. Hong Fong hurriedly stood up. There's no need. Master has already spoken to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters before coming here, and has also contacted some old friends I haven't contacted for many years. Zhai Yao smiled confidently. I believe it won't be long before many people come here. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other excitedly. Regardless of whether these people came here voluntarily or not, as long as they could come, the three clans would be able to solve the problem of the bone race as soon as possible. Many thanks, Li Lao, Yang Kai said sincerely. It is this old master who should thank you on behalf of the world. Little friend Yang has rushed to help the three clans. It is clear that he cares about the world. This old master cannot compare. Li Lao looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly saying, Li Lao misunderstands. I have rushed to the three clans and sent messages to all the great forces not because of any righteous cause, nor because I want to save the world. Oh, then why is little friend Yang so enthusiastic? As far as this old master knows, you were the one who took the lead in this matter. The monster race and demon race were also united by you. And because I want to deal with the bone race as soon as possible, and then go do my own thing. If the bone race is not dealt with quickly, I will have to worry about them in the future. Yang Kai replied sincerely. Li Lao stared at him deeply, not asking what he planned to do after dealing with the bone race. Instead, just laughing and saying, no matter what your intentions are, this is a good thing. When future generations look back at the ancient records and look back to this day, they will definitely see little friend Yang and Nine Heavens Holy Land's name. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. 10 days later, Nine Heaven's Holy Land didn't receive any reinforcements from the human race, but the saint-grade alchemists from the Alchemist Guild's headquarters did. These alchemists usually didn't leave their homes and had noble status, so it was always others who came to visit them. But today, as if they had all come to an agreement, they all rushed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Because the Old Man of Heaven's keep was here, all of them had come because of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's reputation, and were all excited. Over the next few days, more and more saint-grade alchemists from different places arrived. After learning the news, these saint-grade alchemists moved even faster than the human race's reinforcements. In just 10 days, nearly 30 saint-grade alchemists had gathered in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, almost accounting for 90% of all the saint-grade alchemists in the world. The remaining 10% were also on their way. With the addition of the saint-grade alchemists, the human race masters from various forces also arrived one after another. Among them were several peak third-order saints. Each of these masters was over 1,000 years old, and were all old acquaintances of Li Lao, so when they heard him summon them, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Each of these experts had an extraordinary force behind them. Their disciples and grand-disciples had also followed them to the Nine Peaks. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Xiao also came with his 4 martial uncles, Chu Ling Xiao, and these old men also seemed to know each other, and when they met, it was quite lively. All of them praised Yang Kai in front of Chu Ling Xiao for being young and promising. As time passed, more and more human race masters gathered in the Nine Peaks, none of them below the transcendent realm, all of them transcendents and saints, because the Alchemist Guild had issued an order. If any of the great forces didn't give them face this time, the Alchemist Guild would not give them face in the future. Not only would they not be able to enjoy the services of an alchemist, but they would also not be able to buy any spirit grasses or spirit medicines. The world was shaken, and all the great forces no longer hesitated to mobilize. They could offend others, but they didn't dare to offend all the alchemists in the world, especially since the Old Man of Heaven's keep had personally stepped forward. Once a cultivator lost the assistance of pills, they would have a difficult time in the future. Moreover, coming to help this time was not without benefits. The Alchemist Guild had promised that after this matter was resolved, all the alchemists under its jurisdiction would perform alchemy for them for 3 years free of charge, including those saint-grade alchemists who rarely acted. Such a huge benefit, no one would easily let it go. The entire Nine Peaks became extraordinarily lively in a very short period of time. Experts came and went like carps crossing the river, appearing in an endless stream. Yang Kai was also introduced by Li Lao and Chu Ling Xiao to some of the top masters. Time flew by, and another month passed. On the horizon, there seemed to be a demonic chi approaching like a collapsing mountain. On the other side, there was also a demonic chi soaring to the sky. The masters on the Nine Peaks all turned their gazes towards the sky, their expressions dignified. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he shouted, "The monster and demon races are here." Chapter 967. The several monster race great seniors had finished their preparations a month ago, but the masters from the demon race had yet to arrive, so they had been waiting until today, when they sensed the auras of the demon race masters. Inside the Nine Peaks, the human race masters looked up at the sky and saw the masters from the other 2 races approaching, many of them showing looks of dread and disgust. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. The hatred between races was not something that could be resolved overnight. It was a deep-rooted grievance. Not long after, Zhang Yuan led the 4 demon general and some of the Saint Realm masters from the demon race to the Nine Peaks, the 3 monster race great seniors also arriving at the same time. Letting out a hearty laugh, Zhang Yuan swept his eyes around lightly and calmly said, "So many people. If I had known there would be so many people gathered here, this senior wouldn't have had to rush over from the demon land. Your human race could have handled this matter on its own. This senior thought none of you would intervene. Thunder Dragon nodded to the side, and this king also thought so. The two of them calling out this senior and this king caused many of the human race masters to glare at each other angrily, their hearts filled with displeasure as their expressions became ugly. Can you all stop talking? Yang Kai crossed the crowd and glared at them. Do you want to stir up hatred between our three races before you're willing to give up? Since you've already come here, do you still want to return home? Zhang Yuan sneered as a look of vigilance appeared on his face. That's not what I'm thinking. But this senior needs you human race masters to promise me that after the bone race is annihilated, you won't take the opportunity to attack my demon race. You humans are famous for your insidious and cunning nature. If you can't guarantee this senior will leave immediately. My monster race also needs a guarantee, Thunder Dragon shouted. Faintly, the monster race and demon race stood on the same side in an instant. Before the two races arrived, they really hadn't expected the human race to make such a big show of force. They only thought that with the human race's scattered and disunited nature, having a dozen or so great forces join forces would already be quite good. But when they arrived, they discovered that almost all of the human race's masters were gathered here. In terms of third-order saints alone, there were 5 or 6 of them. This did not include the people around Yang Kai. Once the crisis of the bone race was resolved, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't guarantee that the people they brought with them would be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, the leaders of the two clans were already thinking of retreating. They secretly regretted agreeing to Yang Kai's request so quickly. Would you believe me if I promised you? Yang Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Long shook their heads together. Although Yang Kai's aptitude was good, in the end, he was still a rising star. His words held absolute authority in 9 heavens' holy land, but among the many human race masters present, they held little weight. Among the humans, an expert laughed and said, "Aren't the two of you gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? If you really want to put it that way, even if we didn't have any thoughts about you before, we do now." As he said this, he smiled maliciously. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon's expressions became cold. "How about this old master promises you?" From the crowd, a voice called out. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon turned to the source of this voice, and after seeing the old man who was slowly walking towards them with a gentle smile on his face, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Li Lao." Li Lao walked over calmly and smiled lightly. "You two are too polite. And this old master can guarantee you on behalf of the entire human race that after this matter is settled, you will be able to withdraw unscathed. No one will harm you. Do you two trust this old master?" Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and nodded seriously. Thunder Dragon smiled and said, "If there is a human in this world who can convince me besides Li Lao, it would be Yang Shengzhu." "My thoughts exactly," Zhang Yuan agreed. Li Lao let out a long sigh. "I have learned the specific situation from little friend Yang. The revival of the bone race must not be underestimated. This time, the world's catastrophe may really require the 3 races to join forces to resist. So this old master hopes that you can temporarily put aside the hatred between our races and focus on the starry sky visitors. What Li Lao says is correct. We will follow Li Lao's orders. We will do our best." Among the crowd, many human race masters agreed, none of them daring to refute Li Lao's words. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he had been worried that Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon would bring their people here and cause some kind of conflict with the human race. If that happened, their own backyard would be on fire before they even had a chance to fight the bone race. The sudden appearance of Li Lao had resolved this potential crisis. At the very least, he had temporarily unified the 3 races. "This senior has another question," Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted. our three races have joined forces this time? Who will give orders when the time comes? As soon as this question came out, everyone quieted down and began contemplating the appropriate candidate in their minds. After a while, everyone turned their eyes to Li Lao. Apart from Li Lao, there was no one else who could command the three races. Li Lao shook his head and laughed. You don't want this old master to go to that battlefield, do you? This old master's bones are too old. Going there is tantamount to sending him to his death. Everyone couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, but considering Li Lao's actual situation, no one dared to ask him to fight against the Bone race. If something really happened to him, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Li Lao stroked his white beard and quickly said, although this old master cannot go, I have a candidate here that you may consider. Who? Many people suddenly looked at Li Lao. What do you think of little friend Yang? He was the one who took the lead in this matter. If he hadn't informed the world, I'm afraid we would all have died in Li's hands. On top of that, he understands the situation better than any of us. Most importantly, this old master has heard that little friend Yang does not have any racial boundaries in his heart. He can even make friends with the monster race and demon race. I think there is no other suitable candidate besides him. Among the human race masters, many whispered, some nodding, some shaking their heads, all with different expressions. Yang Kai also froze for a moment before shaking his head. Li Lao, I'm afraid I can't do this. I don't like to order others around. On top of that, this junior is still young and his strength is low. Everyone here is junior senior. How can I order them around? Li Lao sternly said, don't belittle yourself. Although your current strength isn't high, to have such achievements at your age makes you the strongest person in Tong Xian realm. I believe that besides the great demon god from thousands of years ago, no one can surpass you. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be inferior to any of the seniors here. On top of that, you are also the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land. Your status is no lower than anyone else's. That's true. Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to accept this hot potato from the bottom of his heart. Li Lao raised his hand and interrupted him. The alliance of the three clans really needs someone who can weigh the pros and cons and give orders. If you don't do this, then the alliance of the three clans is nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Zhang Yuan nodded. This senior has no objection. Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. My monster race also agrees. All of them seemed to be more reassured by Yang Kai. After all, they had no friendship with the other masters of the human race and had never dealt with them before. On the contrary, there was even hatred between them. If they really allowed someone else to order them around and influence their actions, it was likely they would be put in a difficult position. My Soaring Heaven sect also agrees. Chu Ling Xiao nodded to the side. Little Yang Kai, those who can do more work don't refuse. Meng Wu also tried to persuade him. As soon as these two spoke, many of the human race masters began to ponder. Whether it was Chu Ling Xiao or Meng Wuya, they were both top masters of the human race, so their words naturally carried a lot of weight. Soon, the hesitant human race masters were shocked to discover that although the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land was young and his strength wasn't high, his connections were far stronger than anyone else's. He had gathered many Saint Realm masters under his command and was from Soaring Heaven sect. He had a close relationship with Meng Wuya, the former strongest master of the human race, and was favored by Li Lao. He had also made friends with Zhang Yuan and the three monster race great seniors. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's status in the hearts of these people suddenly rose, making them realize that this young man would one day be able to command the world and dominate the world. With this thought in mind, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore. Immediately, they all expressed their opinions and agreed with Elder Li's suggestion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Not only did he not feel any joy in his heart, he even felt a sense of rejection. All eyes gathered on him, waiting for his reply. The situation was pressing, and there was no way he could refuse. If he really refused, as Li Lao had said, the three clans joining forces would be nothing more than a pile of loose sand. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Then this junior will not refuse. I ask all the seniors here to help." Li Lao smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "Do as you wish. Don't feel any psychological burden." Yang Kai nodded gently, sweeping his eyes over the crowd and declaring, "Since everyone is here, there's no time to lose. Let's go." "I wish you victory." Li Lao cupped his fists solemnly. "Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao." Yang Kai took a deep breath and took the lead to fly out of the 9 peaks, Li Rong and Han Fei following closely behind. Many of the human race masters also circulated their yuan qi and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon glanced at each other, smiled slightly, and quickly followed. In an instant, the 9 peaks' robes fluttered in the wind as a sea of people gathered. All kinds of yuan qi bloomed midair, creating a spectacular sight. As they flew, many masters summoned their flight-type artifacts to increase their speed. Carriages flying palanquins, swords carriages, all kinds of artifacts flew out in a dazzling display. Behind the human race expert, numerous devil race experts had wrapped themselves into a black cloud, hiding their figures within the black cloud as they rapidly advanced. Behind them were the monster race masters, some in human form, some not. Many of them were large and ferocious-looking monster beasts, but even so, their speed did not slow down in the slightest, rolling clouds of dust as they soared into the sky. Li Lao stood on the 9 peaks and stared at this lineup of masters from all over the world disappearing, turning to the saint-grade alchemist standing behind him, and saying, "We should also do what we need to do, and refine more saint pills. When they return in triumph, many of them will need to be healed." Chapter 968. The sky was dim, and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the 3 clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses, but after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement, but now they had all been reduced to rubble with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving 9 Heavens' holy land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the 3 clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The Bone Race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more Bone Race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses? No one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed, and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. "What's the situation?" Chu Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation, and had only returned today. Not optimistic, Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The Bone Race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the Bone Race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept, And these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours. Chu Ling Xiao called out in amazement. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides, although there are quite a few of them. Most of them are transcendence. The number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem. Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned. Leave those transcendents to me. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Ling Xiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the bone race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them, Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The bone race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the 3 clans joining forces should be able to destroy the bone race, but if they had been given another year, or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long, let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple, and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island, there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale, white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island surface area and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many Bone Race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kuluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a Bone Race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They are currently resting not far from here." Kuluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned. "They've finally come, but it's too late." Saying so, Kuluo stood up from his chair and declared, "The creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. But now it's different. Since they dared to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions." His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansman who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. "Pass down my order. Tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies." Yes, the Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool, stopped what they were doing, and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time. The Bone Race clansmen, who already had physical bodies, became even stronger after absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The Bone Race was also ready to go all out. In the next moment, the blood cloud that had gathered above Water Spirit Temple gradually disappeared. All the energy contained within the blood cloud was absorbed into the Bone Race's bodies, becoming their source of strength. 2 short days passed in a flash. Above the sea, more than 1,000 masters from the 3 clans, human, monster, and demon races, were rushing towards Water Spirit Temple. The island was filled with Bone Race clansmen, all of them staring at the approaching Yong-kai without fear, their green eyes flashing with ferocious light as they stared at the masters from the 3 clans, as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Many of the Bone Race clansmen were licking their lips, as if they couldn't wait any longer. About 10 kilometers away from the island, Yong-kai stopped, and the masters from the 3 clans following behind him also came to a halt. Countless curious eyes stared towards the direction of the island. Of those who had come here, almost no one had ever seen what the Bone Race looked like. Only now were they able to see them with their own eyes. They were no different from humans, having flesh and blood. The only difference was their eyes. The dark green hue in their eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder. The bloodthirsty and crazy aura emanating from these Bone Race clansmen made anyone who looked at them feel uncomfortable. Is this the Bone Race? Many people murmured in surprise. It's not that big of a deal. I thought they all had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out they only have 1 head and 2 arms. Ha ha! We'll let these pieces of trash know how fierce we are, everyone clamored, seemingly not putting the Bone Race in their eyes at all. Yong-kai, what do you want us to do? Just say the word. We're all at your command now. Zhang Yuan stared ahead, his demonic chi surging as a dangerous aura gradually emerged from his body. This was the race that great demon god had once fought with, and after thousands of years, demon commander Zhang Yuan was about to do the same. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he secretly decided to clean up this mess that great demon god had left behind for thousands of years and not disgrace his name. I'll take the lead. All of you don't need to be impatient. Yong-kai said lightly. You'll go. Zhang Yuan turned to look at him in amazement, while Thunder Dragon and the other masters from the human race also wore strange looks, slowly shaking his head. Zhang Yuan said, Don't say this senior is looking down on you. If you really rush up with your strength, you'll die without a doubt. That's right, Lil Yong-kai. You're the one who gives orders to our 3 clans, so you don't need to take the lead. Meng Wuya said worriedly, How about this old master go in your place? He was afraid that Yong-kai would have some kind of accident. No need, since I want to go. I naturally have my reasons. Just watch. Yong-kai smiled confidently. Saying so, Yong-kai summoned his star shuttle, and with a flash of blue light appeared above Water Spirit Temple. Down below, countless eyes belonging to the Bone Race stared towards him. Ku Luo coldly snorted and shouted, It's you? He naturally remembered Yong-kai's appearance. Last time, he had been played by Yong-kai, causing Ku Luo to be furious and secretly decide that if he could find Yong-kai in the future, he would grind his bones to dust. But now, this boy had actually delivered himself to his doorstep alone. Immediately overjoyed, Ku Luo waved his hand and shouted, Capture him for me. I want his star shuttle. Immediately, a second-order Saint Realm Bone Race clansman flew up, and before he even arrived, the malevolent aura radiating from his body condensed into the shape of a giant, wild beast that opened its mouth and bit towards Yong-kai. This giant wild beast was extremely large, one that no one had ever seen before, and the monstrous aura it exuded seemed capable of swallowing the world itself. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to easily avoid this attack, his figure shuttling back and forth above Water Spirit Temple, his huge divine sense spreading out like a tide, penetrating every corner of the island and covering every Bone Race clansman. Kuluo's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Divine sense attack." As he spoke, he also released his divine sense, which was not inferior to Yang Kai's. Following the source of Yang Kai's divine sense, his divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge sea like an invisible sword. Yang Kai's figure froze midair. "Courting death, daring to use a divine sense attack in front of me. You should take a look at your own strength," Kuluo sneered. Chapter 969. Above Water Spirit Temple, Yang Kai, who was standing atop his star shuttle, suddenly stiffened, as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, a look of pain flashing across his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Earth-splitting divine Ox slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's over. That little brat has been caught. Quickly save him." "It's too late." Demon General Meng Ji's face turned ugly as he stared at the Bone Race Master, who was quickly approaching Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used the power of his artifact, so this Bone Race Master, who had been ordered to capture him, was unable to catch up to him. But now that Yang Kai was standing in place, this Bone Race Master quickly arrived beside him, a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's neck. No one doubted that this Bone Race Master could easily break Yang Kai's neck. Many people couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene and quickly turned their heads away, their hearts filled with sorrow for Yang Kai, who had died before he had even achieved victory. At that moment, a faint heat filled the air, and immediately after, a muffled explosion rang out as the entire sky above Water Spirit Temple was dyed red. Countless strange flames suddenly appeared, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. These flames contained a terrifying power that shot out like meteors, instantly burning the entire island and scorching the earth. The green eyes of many Bone Race clansmen couldn't help flashing a look of dread as they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid this scorching power. What they feared the most was fire. This kind of scorching power was enough to completely obliterate them. At the same time, Yang Kai, who should have been instantly subdued, suddenly regained his freedom, as if he had never been restrained in the first place. Grinning towards the Bone Race Master who was approaching him, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his camp. "Smelly brat, you scared this old master to death." Meng Wuya felt a lingering fear. Although he had full confidence in Yang Kai, the scene just now had been too thrilling. "You ran over there just to play a thrilling game and scare them." Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai, his expression slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just wait. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help frowning, not knowing what kind of game he was playing. No one understood, including the leader of the Bone Race, Kuluo. Although they had been sleeping for thousands of years, they had fought with the creatures of this continent before. He had never seen such a strange young man. His opponent's divine sense strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. What confused Koro the most was what he wanted to do. Could it be that he flew here just to show off his unusual spiritual sense cultivation? 10 breaths later, a mournful scream suddenly rang out from the Bone Race's camp. As this scream rang out, the Bone Race's side seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing countless screams to ring out one after another in an unending stream. They seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain. Their green eyes were trembling nonstop, and their bodies were convulsing. They fell from the sky uncontrollably, and like raindrops, they fell onto the island and into the sea, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, 500 to 600 of the 3,000 Bone Race Masters disappeared. "What's going on?" Kuluo paled and asked sharply. "Master, we don't know." A bone race master replied in a panic. The experts from the human, demon, and demon clans stared blankly at this scene. They were also confused and did not quite understand the situation. However, they keenly discovered that the bone race masters who were screaming in pain and falling into the sea and on the island were all transcendent realm cultivator, and all of them were relatively weak transcendents. It's a divine sense attack. One of the First Order Saint Realm Bone Race Masters went pale as he endured the immense pain in his knowledge, grit his teeth, and reported his divine sense attack was mixed with some unknown insects that are currently eating away at our soul energy. These insects are very small and subtle and are difficult to detect. I was also affected. Soul-devouring insects? Ku Luo's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly thought of a strange insect that caused all living beings to retreat. How could there be such a thing on this continent? What made him feel even more puzzled was how this young man was able to control these soul-devouring insects and mix them into his divine sense attack. Hearing this, the masters from the three clans stared towards Yong Kai in amazement, each their eyes flashing a look of pleasant surprise. Soul-devouring insects. All of them had naturally heard of them before. These were strange ancient insects that specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once one was infected by these strange insects, if one's strength wasn't high enough, the only outcome was death. However, what surprised them was that Yong Kai's soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more powerful than rumored, because according to rumor, as long as one's strength reached the Saint Realm, they could use their powerful spiritual energy to kill these insects. But on the Bone Race's side, there was clearly a Saint Realm master who had been affected, and although he hadn't fallen, he still seemed to be in great difficulty. Obviously, he had been affected by the soul-devouring insects and was temporarily unable to fight. The soul-devouring insects they speak of were really created by you? Meng Wuya asked with some uncertainty, and Yong Kai nodded. I used my own spiritual energy to raise them. You, Meng Wuya's expression couldn't help changing, secretly admiring Yong Kai's boldness and also feeling it was quite incredible. No wonder you said you'd leave the Transcendent Realm Bone Race Masters to you. So that's how it was. Thunder Dragon suddenly realized. Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly realized that the strange power of the soul-devouring insects was too terrifying. It was a power that could easily destroy an entire race. Considering all this, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others felt a layer of cold sweat drip down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. All of them secretly rejoiced that they had maintained a good relationship with Yong Kai and had not become enemies with him. If they had really become enemies, with the power of these soul-devouring insects alone, he could have single-handedly wiped out the monster race and demon race. There was indeed no need to fear a Saint Realm master, but how many saints did the two races have? Most of their clansmen were below the Saint Realm, so if they were infected by these strange ancient insects, they would undoubtedly die. Many of the human race's masters also noticed this, and the way they looked at Yong Kai finally changed, as if they were re-examining him, secretly wondering if they should improve their relationship with Nine Heaven's holy land after this incident. Good job! Chu Xiaoling laughed heartily. Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, dealing with hundreds of bone race masters at once. I think they're doomed to extinction. If they're smart enough, they won't just sit back and wait for death. Yong Kai frowned as he stared towards the bone race, his thoughts racing. Although he had caught the bone race by surprise, if they were to really engage in a melee, the soul-devouring insects would not be able to play such a huge role. These tiny insects only followed their instincts and devoured spiritual energy, so if they were to spread out in the middle of a melee, it was very likely they would accidentally injure their allies. Yong Kai now hoped that the bone race wouldn't make a move. Once the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would be able to kill all the bone race clansmen below the Saint Realm. At that time, with less than 100 bone race saints remaining, the combined forces of the human, demon, and monster races would easily be able to swallow them all. In less than 30 breaths of time, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had fallen into the sea and on the ground had all died, their green eyes losing their usual luster and becoming dim and motionless. Even a strange race like the bone race would die if their souls were devoured. Seeing so many of his clansmen suddenly die, Kuluo's green eyes seemed to turn crimson red. In a fit of anger, he threw his head back and roared as a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding islands. This blood mist not only contained his own strength, but also his tyrannical divine sense attack. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the soul-devouring insects he had been raising for many years had all been killed, causing his face to change greatly as he quickly recalled the remaining soul-devouring insects. The remaining 2,000 or so bone race clansmen all glared towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with deep hatred. A huge suction force emerged from their bodies and spread out in all directions. The bodies of the bone race clansmen who had just died began shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood transforming into energy that was injected into the clansmen who were still alive, enhancing their strength. A short time later, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had died had all turned into a puddle of dust and disappeared. Yang Kai was shocked. They can still do this? The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans all paled. If this was the case, the more people who died, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Whether it was their clansmen or their enemies, they could absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Yang Kai suddenly realized this and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He immediately understood that this was going to be a tough battle. "They're coming," Meng Wuya shouted. "Meet them." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Remember, they won't care about ordinary injuries at all. Even if you stab them in a fatal position, they won't be affected in the slightest. The best way to kill them is to tear them apart, crush them into pieces, or burn them to ashes." Yang Kai had already told everyone these things to pay attention to when they first arrived, but before the battle began, he couldn't help reminding them again. "Understood. I'll let them experience the seniors' methods," Zhang Yuan grinned. On the other side of the island, the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen flew over silently, each of them wearing a ferocious expression, seemingly unafraid of death. The human, monster, and demon clans didn't move, but the thousands of bone race clansmen were secretly condensing their strength, ready to erupt at any moment. The 10-kilometer gap between the two sides was quickly closed. When the bone race army reached half a kilometer in, many masters finally moved, bursts of pure Saint Chi, demonic Chi, and monster Chi bursting forth as multicolored artifacts were summoned, filling the sky with dazzling brilliance. The sudden burst of light swept across the entire world, causing it to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart. These artifacts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, a dazzling array of dazzling treasures. The more than 2,000 bone race clansmen opened their mouths and roared as an invisible force pulled the seawater down below, causing waves to rise into the sky like a magnificent sea dragon, fusing with their crimson blood chi. These waves met the first wave of attacks from the human, monster, and demon clans. Chapter 970. The heavens and earth changed color as a tsunami rolled out. The hundreds of bone race clansmen who had rushed to the front were instantly blown to pieces under the power of the countless artifacts. More and more bone race clansmen emerged from behind the waves and rushed towards the human, monster, and demon clansmen without fear of death. With the help of the sea and the deaths of hundreds of their clansmen, they were able to block the attacks of the artifacts. A melee broke out, and when the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen rushed over, the allied forces of the human, monster, and demon clans were instantly split up and forced to fight on their own. The bone race also knew that today's battle would determine the fate of the entire continent. If they were defeated, they would definitely be exterminated and would no longer be able to preserve their bloodline like they had thousands of years ago. But if they won, they would be able to enslave the entire continent. As such, Quiluo decided to go all out and muster the strength of his entire clan, regardless of their own losses. Shrill howls and miserable shrieks resounded through the clouds in an instant. People constantly fell from the sky, and their blood blossomed like the most beautiful flowers. The bone race had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though Yang Kai had caught them off guard with his soul-devouring insects, they still had 2 to 3 times the number of masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. They were not afraid of ordinary injuries. Even if their hearts or heads were pierced, their flesh and blood would wriggle and recover quickly. As long as their bones, which were the foundation of their survival, were not damaged, they were immortal. However, they did not have any artifacts. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when they first set foot on Tong Xian realm, they possessed artifacts, but after thousands of years without the nourishment of their physique and strength, their artifacts had long since been reduced to dust and could no longer be used. They could only fight with their own strength. The human, monster, and demon clans were different. Each of them had several high-grade artifacts in their hands, both offensive and defensive. In terms of number of Saint Realm masters, they were also inferior to the human, monster, and demon clans. Each side had their own advantages and disadvantages. So when this battle that would determine the future of the entire continent broke out, it fell into a stalemate for a short time. The Bone Race clansmen were quickly killed, one after another having their bones broken and their bodies incinerated, their screams echoing as they died. The human, monster, and demon clans also suffered losses, but compared to the Bone Race, their losses were undoubtedly much smaller. The experts from all over the world displayed their divine technique, and their methods were endless. A thick, inky cloud, as if it had been dyed black by ink, enveloped the sky like a thick curtain. Not a single bit of the scorching sun's radiance could penetrate the inky clouds, and the entire surface of the sea was covered. The heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds pressed down from above like a mountain collapsing. A heavy pressure pressed down on the hearts and bodies of the Bone Race clansmen, making it difficult for them to move. Under the black cloud, Zhang Yuan led the many masters of the demon race, forming a powerful army. When the black cloud took shape, Zhang Yuan took the lead to attack. Huge black energy balls rolled down from the black cloud and smashed into the Bone Race's camp like falling stones. Each of these energy balls was as black as ink, and there were ripples surging within them. They contained a power that could destroy the world. When this pitch-black energy ball smashed into the Bone Race's camp, a burst of pitch-black light erupted, eerie and silent. Ripples spread out and engulfed the Bone Race's skeletal body. The seawater seemed to be split apart, and huge gullies began to form on the surface of the sea. Even Water Spirit Temple's island, which was 10 kilometers away, was unable to withstand such a strange attack, and was torn apart in an instant. The buildings on the island were unable to bear the weight and collapsed one after another. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk countless Bone Race clansmen who were affected by these ripples were turned into minced meat in the next moment, as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. The Transcendent Realm Bone Race clansmen were unable to withstand such an attack. Even the Saint Realm Bone Race masters suffered heavy injuries in an instant and were almost torn apart. If they had not fled quickly enough, they would have suffered the same fate. After perceiving Zhang Yuan's tyrannical strength, the pairs of green eyes filled with dread. The 4 demon general followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, each of them wearing a ferocious expression as their demonic chi soared into the sky and rushed into the Bone Race camp, slaughtering them wantonly. Meng Wuya fought alone. His hands were pulling at the air in a wild manner. An astonishing aura spread out from him in all directions. No Bone Race clansman dared to approach him. all of them aware of his tyrannical aura and quickly retreating. In the midst of the tugging, streams of inexplicable energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into the figures of giant beasts. These giant beasts were extremely large in size, towering over the heavens and earth. Each of them looked incomparably ancient and desolate. They seemed to have been awakened from their heavy sleep, and the moment they opened their eyes, a catastrophic aura descended upon them. The world trembled. There were a total of 8 giant wild beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and even some swimming in the sea. Each of them had condensed into a tangible form like a living monster beast and rushed into the Bone Race camp, opening their mouths wide and swallowing the Bone Race clansmen, not even spitting out their bones. Chu Ling Xiao led Sun Yan's group of 4 and accurately located a third-order Saint Realm Bone Race master in the middle of the battlefield. The 5 of them joined forces to quickly kill this Bone Race master. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python, the 3 Monster Race Great Seniors, no longer held back and transformed into their true forms, leading the Monster Race Masters in a rampage. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon spat out a wave of hot flames from his mouth, and wherever it passed, the Bone Race Masters would melt, turning them into a pool of bone fluid. Arcs of lightning that were thicker than a person's body were summoned by him from the 9th heaven and struck down on the Bone Race Masters, causing them to tremble and die without being able to put up any resistance. Wherever Earth-Splitting Divine Ox passed, the earth cracked and fissures several thousand meters deep appeared. From these fissures, an incomparably rich earth aura spread out, like a huge vortex sucking in the Bone Race Masters and crushing them into dust. The Ice Jade Python's body was like crystal white jade, extremely beautiful, and her physical defense was extremely strong. The attacks of the Bone Race Masters that struck her only managed to create a few sparks, unable to harm her at all. With a flick of her tail, no Bone Race Master was able to withstand a single blow from her, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere as their bones shattered. Among the ancient demon clan, Li Rong's figure flickered, her jade hand reaching out and reaping the lives of the Bone Race Masters in an elegant manner. Han Fei's entire body was wrapped in a cold aura as she flew through the battlefield. Wherever she passed, the earth would freeze and snow would fall from the sky. Beautiful ice flowers would form on the chests of the Bone Race soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures that would then explode. None of the masters from the 3 clans held back, all of them displaying their divine technique at this moment, going all out. They didn't care about the losses they suffered. All they cared about was killing these Starry Sky Masters as quickly as possible. They had all been infected by Yang Kai's bravery. When he had single-handedly charged into the enemy's ranks, Yang Kai was only a third-order transcendent, but he could charge into the 3,000 Bone Race Masters all by himself and instantly kill hundreds of them. None of them were willing to show weakness. Before setting out, Yang Kai had been appointed by the 3 clans to give orders, but he didn't order others around, nor did he want to do so. He didn't use words, instead using practical actions to inspire the fighting spirit of the 3 clans. He allowed them to temporarily abandon their racial boundaries and work together to seek a way out for this world. Everyone was fighting hard, and Yang Kai was no exception. In such a chaotic battle, the role he could play as a third-order transcendent was too small. Each of the Bone Race Masters was a transcendent, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to use his 9 heavens divine skills to kill less than 10 enemies. A trace of impatience appeared in his heart as Yang Kai quickly condensed the blazing Yuan Qi in his body. The golden dragon tattoo on his back began to move in a position invisible to the naked eye, as if it had been given life, swimming around his body. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden dragon tattoo, illuminating everyone's eyes. A thick and majestic aura burst forth, A resounding dragon roar rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, resounding throughout the world. A huge golden dragon suddenly soared up from a certain part of the battlefield. This golden dragon was like a radiant sun, its blazing hot energy burning all the bone race masters who approached it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 transcendent realm bone race masters were burned to ashes. The might of the Dragon Emperor. Palace Master Chinzhou of Dragon Phoenix Palace held his breath as he stared blankly at the golden dragon soaring through the air and wantonly slaughtering the bone race soldiers. A slight flush of excitement appearing on his face as he shouted, "The might of my Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor has reappeared." Even after several years, Chinzhou still remembered this familiar scene. On that day, the frozen nether cave heaven near Dragon Phoenix Palace had invaded, and just as the sect was about to collapse, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared, easily killing the enemy and saving Dragon Phoenix Palace's fate. Today, on this battlefield where they were fighting against the invaders from the starry sky, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared once again. Xiaoling. Chinzhou calmed down from his excitement and shouted angrily, "Palace Master!" Elder Xiaoling, who had been fighting side by side with Chinzhou, hurried over. "Is Sun Yu here?" Chinzhou asked anxiously. "No, the Dragon Emperor's master is not strong enough, and did not come this time." "Then what's going on?" Chinzhou stared at the huge golden dragon in amazement. Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he had not come, how could the image of the Dragon Emperor appear here? Chinzhou was confused and could not understand. The aura of a true dragon. At the same time, Thunder Dragon Great Senior could not help stopping what he was doing and staring at the golden dragon in a daze, exclaiming in shock. He was also in his dragon form at this moment, but it was a scarlet flame thunder dragon. Compared with this golden dragon, whether it was in terms of size or the purity of his demonic chi, the difference was not small. This golden dragon exuded the purest aura of a monster emperor. For a moment, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's heart was in turmoil, never having expected that he would still be able to sense such an aura in this world. Even Earth-splitting Divine Ox and Ice Jade Python wore solemn expressions as they stared at the golden dragon with reverence and yearning. Many of the monster race masters also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, transforming into their true forms and roaring madly as they rampaged through the bone race. The aura of a true dragon caused the mood of the entire monster race to soar. Chapter 971. A chaotic battle raged from day to night. The entire sky above the sea had become a battlefield, and the number of bone race soldiers was rapidly decreasing. The original 2,500 people had been reduced to a few hundred in just one day, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. The human, monster, and demon clans, who had numbered over 1,000, had now lost nearly half of their original numbers. All of them had fallen on this battlefield without any hope of survival. Both the Transcendent Realm and Saint Realm cultivators had fallen. In such a chaotic battle, the strength of a single person was simply too small. Only those who had reached the Third Order Saint Realm could freely move about the battlefield and scrupulously. Yang Kai transformed into his golden dragon form, the bloodthirsty nature of his bones seemingly aroused as he madly slaughtered the bone race soldiers. His burning hot power was the bone race's greatest nemesis, so whenever he spat out a mouthful of hot air, any bone race soldier below the Saint Realm would be reduced to a puddle of blood, even their bones melting. The situation gradually changed from a stalemate to a one-sided one. After the human, monster, and demon clans gained the upper hand, they expanded their advantage until the bone race could no longer resist and could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, Yang Kai still had a bad feeling about this. He had been looking for the bone race leader, Kaluo, but since the start of the chaotic battle, This guy had not shown up again, so no one knew where he had gone. Many masters were too busy fighting the enemy in front of them to care about anything else. Yang Kai flew up into the sky, no longer paying attention to these stray cats and dogs. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai began to search for Ku Luo's whereabouts. This person was the leader of the bone race and should be the most powerful existence there. If he did not die in this battle, even if the bone race was completely annihilated, it would be meaningless. After a long time, though, Yang Kai frowned. Ku Luo seemed to be no longer here, and had long since fled. Even after releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to detect his aura. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he continued to explore. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai finally found some clues. The flesh and blood essence of the bone race, human race, demon race, and human race experts who had died on the battlefield were seeping into the ground and converging towards a certain source. At that source, an extremely powerful aura was hibernating. Koro. Yang Kai swooped down without any hesitation. His golden dragon body transformed into a dazzling golden light, and like a sun falling from the sky, he smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the violent energy passed through the soil and into the ground. With a cold snort, Ku Luo's figure emerged from the ground, an abnormal red light flashing across his face as he proudly looked down at the crowd, his green eyes filled with disdain and satisfaction. An astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he screamed in his heart. He saw that something was wrong. Ku Luo had just steadied himself when a pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the void and grabbed towards Ku Luo. The demonic hand grew larger and larger as it reached out, as if it could hold the entire world in its palm. This was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's hand. Ku Luo didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in midair. "Zhang Yuan, retreat!" Yang Kai quickly shouted. His shout was a bit too late. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander, the strongest master in the demon land, so he naturally had absolute confidence in his own strength. But just as his demonic hand was about to reach Ku Luo, it seemed to have been pricked by a needle and was forced to withdraw. The next moment, Zhang Yuan appeared beside Yang Kai with a dignified expression, a drop of red blood oozing from his right palm, his entire right hand shrouded in a thick corpse aura. Obviously, he had been injured by Ku Luo. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with dread as he hurriedly circulated his demonic qi to expel the strange evil energy that had invaded his body from Ku Luo's body. A few more figures flashed as Li Rong, Meng, Wu Ye, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Great Senior, and the others appeared one after another. At this moment, almost all of the Bone Race's Saint Realm Masters had been killed, and the remaining Transcendent Realm clansmen were fleeing in all directions. The Masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Only a few of the strongest Masters had remained to deal with Ku Luo. Saint King Realm, Meng Wu Ye muttered in amazement. He knew Zhang Yuan's strength better than anyone else. After all, he had fought with Zhang Yuan several hundred years ago, and knew that Zhang Yuan's strength had surpassed the Third Order Saint Realm. However, he had still been injured by Ku Luo with ease. Ku Luo's strength at this moment seemed to be above everyone else's. Even when facing the three clans masters, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic, and instead maintained a calm demeanor. He hasn't reached the Saint King realm yet, but he's about to break through. Yang Kai maintained his golden dragon body and said, Ku Luo's aura was indeed earth-shattering, more powerful than anyone else present, but he definitely hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet because his aura was fluctuating, a sign that he was about to break through. I must thank all of you. Ku Luo looked down at the masters gathered here and said in an insufferably arrogant tone, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If not for so many masters dying here, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the Saint King realm so quickly. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful Saint King realm master here who killed many of my clan's masters, but now I want to see just how you plan to fight me. As he shouted, a powerful suction force emerged from his body, as if an invisible vortex was rapidly spinning around him. The flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses down below began gathering towards his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drops of crimson blood rose into the air and flowed into Koro's body, becoming his capital, madly boosting his aura. Most of this blood belonged to the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as Kuluo's breakthrough was imminent. So you've been planning this all along. Chuling Xiao paled. Everyone's faces also became gloomy as they suddenly realized that they had all been tricked. This time, the three clans had joined forces to attack the Bone Race, but the Bone Race had not shown any fear. Originally, everyone thought that these Bone Race masters were stupid, but now they understood that Kuluo didn't care about the life or death of his clansmen. He had created so many of his clansmen over the past 6 months in order to force them to fight him to the death. In this war, if his clansmen died, the creatures here would also die. Kuluo could take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of their flesh and blood essence. The dead masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were all transcendent realm masters with no lack of saint realm masters among them. With such a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, it would be difficult for him not to break through. This was a very big game of chess, and while everyone thought victory was in their grasp, Kuluo had already arranged everything. You can kill all my clansmen, but as long as I live, I can have as many of them as I want. Kuluo seemed to feel that he had no more worries and couldn't help laughing wildly. Everyone's faces became pale as they stared up at the terrifying power gathering in the sky. This was the world energy baptism for a Saint Realm Master to break through to the Saint King Realm. None of the masters present dared to test its power. If they made a mistake, they would die without even their bones remaining. You want to live? Yong Kai dispersed his golden dragon body and stared at him coldly, sneering. In your dreams. Saying so, Yong Kai flipped his palm and took out an object from the black book space. It was a stone that was entirely red. Yong Kai poured his Saint Yuan Qi madly into this stone, and the crimson stone suddenly burst with a bright red light. At the same time, an even stronger attractive force than Kuluo's suddenly erupted from this stone. The blood that was rapidly gathering towards Kuluo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand at this moment and froze in midair before gradually flying towards the crimson stone, pouring into it at an increasingly faster speed. The Saint King's physique essence also followed the blood and no longer converged towards Kuluo. The source of energy he was using to break through was instantly cut off. Blood, essence stone. Kuluo's green eyes trembled violently as he couldn't help calling out in alarm, a trace of panic appearing on his face as he angrily shouted, "How do you have a blood essence stone?" He seemed to be very afraid of this strange stone. Yong Kai grinned. "Without a source of energy, I want to see how you'll break through to the Saint King realm." As if in agreement with Yong Kai's words, the world energy gathering in the sky suddenly dissipated at this moment. Kuluo looked up at the sky and realized that he had no hope of breaking through. Finally panicking, Yong Kai held the blood essence stone high and poured his Yuan Qi into it, drawing in all the Saint King's physique essence and blood within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not giving Kuluo any chance to break through. Sneering, Yong Kai said, "It looks like you're afraid of this." The masters gathered around him all had bright eyes as they once again saw hope for the destruction of the Bone Race. Secretly rejoicing, if Yong Kai had discovered Kuluo's trace a moment later, after he had gathered enough energy, no one in this world would have been able to stop him. Kuluo's eyes trembled as a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he glared towards Yong Kai, grit his teeth, and roared, "Even if I haven't reached the Saint King realm, you're still not my opponent. I'll kill you first and take your blood essence stone." Saying so, a cold and bloody aura suddenly shot out from Kuluo's side. This aura contained a faint spiritual energy fluctuation and aimed directly at Yang Kai's knowledge sea, attempting to destroy Yang Kai's soul. Perceiving that this attack was a spiritual energy attack, Yang Kai didn't show any fear and simply stood in place without dodging. Burn! A low shout came from his mouth as his conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, incinerating the cold and bloody aura before it could even approach. Ku Luo Pin raised his big hand and pressed it towards Yang Kai's position. A ghastly pale skeletal hand suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it gave everyone the illusion that death was imminent, and they couldn't help but shudder. This skeletal hand was extremely large and translucent like jade, exuding a strange power like a mountain peak, its 5 hook-like fingers pressing down towards Yang Kai. The earth couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. "Wishful thinking," Li Rong shouted, her pretty face instantly covered in dense demon crests, giving her a wild appearance. A monstrous demonic chi overflowed from her tender body and shot towards the skeletal hand like an arrow from a bow. "Go!" Yang Kai also shouted at the same time and summoned his Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact, sending out a series of ripples midair that blocked the skeletal hand. Chapter 972. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. The skeletal hand shattered into pieces, and before they could fall to the ground, they disappeared. Li Rong's tender body trembled as her beautiful face flushed slightly. In this collision with Kuluo's power, she had clearly suffered a small loss. However, at some unknown time, the other masters around Yang Kai had disappeared. Zhang Yuan appeared strangely again, this time appearing on Kuluo's right side, his body wrapped in a black cloud as he gripped a long black halberd in his hand. This long halberd was pitch black and exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, as if it could swallow all light. The long halberd pierced through the shackles of space and stabbed towards Kuluo's waist. This attack was silent and mysterious, but it was actually Zhang Yuan's strongest attack. Only now did this demon commander reveal his full strength, causing Yang Kai to secretly tremble. The tip of the long halberd was filled with his demonic chi and domain, condensing it into an attack that seemed capable of tearing apart the world. Paltry tricks. Kuluo seemed to have noticed this long ago and coldly snorted, not even bothering to dodge, as he summoned a pale, white bone shield to his side. The long halberd struck the bone shield, and a shocking burst of energy erupted, causing Zhang Yuan to retreat a dozen steps and shatter the bone shield. Ku Luo remained unscathed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to fill with disbelief, never having imagined that this bone race leader would be so tyrannical. Although Ku Luo's current strength had yet to reach the Saint King realm, he was definitely above all others in this world. Even Zhang Yuan, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. A cold wind blew, and a dozen or so skulls suddenly appeared around Ku Luo's body. These skulls quickly grew to the size of a house, moving like the wind as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. From the eyes and mouths of these skulls, a mysterious power shot out in all directions. These skulls wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he had time to dodge, he was hit by one of these skulls, causing a look of pain to appear on his face. Even with his tyrannical demon body, he was unable to withstand such a violent attack. Not daring to neglect any longer, Meng Wuyu hurriedly dodged. Meng Wuyu appeared and pushed his Saint Chi to block wave after wave of attacks for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood and cooperated without saying a word, waving his halberd and sending out a series of black energy balls towards the black light shooting out from the skulls. These two sworn enemies who had been enemies for hundreds of years at this moment, their cooperation was better than anyone else's. The Saint King here seriously injured me with just a single blow. I'd like to see just how much of his inheritance you lot. Ku Luo roared as a dark green rope suddenly flew out from his sleeve. This rope seemed to have a life of its own and gradually expanded as it flew forward, eventually becoming even larger than Yang Kai's golden dragon form. When this thing Ku Luo Luo no one knew how Kaluo had managed to maintain the power of this artifact for thousands of years. It was just that its appearance was too lifelike, resembling a flying serpent with wings on its cheeks. As soon as this flying serpent artifact appeared, it gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, his body becoming extremely heavy, making it difficult for him to even move. As the flying serpent flew, a series of ripples spread out from its body, carrying with it a mysterious principal strength that bound everyone like a rope. At this moment, the remaining masters all felt as if their hands and feet were tied, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move or circulate their Saint Chi properly. Chu Ling Xiao took the initiative to meet the flying serpent artifact head-on, summoning his demon sealing chain and releasing a burst of golden light to block the surrounding ripples. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also hurriedly stepped forward, releasing his fire and thunder attribute strength in a frenzy, finally joining forces with Chu Ling Xiao to block the power of the flying serpent artifact. Ku Luo himself didn't move. Only relying on the dozen skulls and the flying serpent artifact, he was able to pin down 4 of the world's top masters. Even if the 4 of them were to use all of their strength, they could only barely cope with Kaluo's attacks. None of them had the strength to deal with him. Only Li Rong remained by Yang Kai's side. Ku Luo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled coldly. "You should have run away. You should have run far away, but you chose to stay. Dying at my hands is something you should be proud of." Saying so, Ku Luo leisurely walked towards Yang Kai step by step. As he approached, Li Rong's face became heavier and heavier. An inexplicable pressure coming from her body made her bones creak, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong and muttered in a nightmarish voice, "Become the demon race." The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body crazily retreated back into his dantian, and his meridians, flesh and blood, were flooded with thick demonic essence. Demonic crests that were invisible to the naked eye climbed up his body, imprinted into his flesh and blood, and then disappeared, gathering together in his body to form a heaven-shaking array. Yang Kai's vitality soared madly, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body soared. Even the traces of his vitality had become many times more vigorous than before. Ku Luo paused and stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. In that instant, this young man, who should have only been a third-order transcendent, seemed to have become a third-order saint, causing Ku Luo's expression to change slightly. "You actually have such an external force to rely on. You're quite good." Ku Luo gently nodded, pretended to comment for a moment before curling his lips. "But you'll still die unless you reach the Saint King realm. No one can defeat me." Ku Luo lightly pushed out his palm and sent out an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai, as if trying to crush him to dust. Yang Kai dragged Li Rong behind him and also sent out a palm. A huge palm print flew out, covering the entire sky. Heaven-covering hand. A single hand covering the heavens. On top of that, Yang Kai had displayed this heaven-covering hand while in his Become the Demon race, so its power was unparalleled. Hong, a loud bang rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, causing a tsunami-like disaster to sweep across the sea. Ku Luo's expression changed again, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to be able to easily block his blow without the slightest injury. Kuluo was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even if this young man seemed to have the strength of a third-order saint, that was only an illusion created by borrowing external force. Kuluo himself was still just a weak third-order transcendent. However, this young man had still managed to block his attack. The only explanation for this was that his body was able to display the full extent of the external force he had borrowed. Just how powerful is his physique? Kuluo's eyes flashed brightly as he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in Yang Kai's physique, secretly thinking that if he could absorb the essence of this young man's physique, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Yang Kai didn't give Kuluo any time to catch his breath, though, condensing a number of black spears in his hands and hurling them towards Kuluo. Li Rong's tender body followed closely behind the countless spears, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage on Kuluo. The pale white bone shield appeared again and condensed in front of Kuluo. This bone shield seemed to be a condensation of the energy in his body, seemingly inexhaustible. The heaven-punishing spears bombarded the bone shield, shattering it one after another, but not injuring Kuluo in the slightest. Li Rong saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and stretched out her hands, sending out 2 streams of demonic chi towards Kuluo's eyes while simultaneously retreating and returning to Yang Kai's side. The two's joint attack had failed to achieve any damage. Kuluo smiled faintly. "Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you're out of luck. You're really long-winded." Yang Kai looked impatient as he snorted sarcastically. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Li Rong. "His current goal is the blood essence stone in my hand. He wants to steal the blood chi inside it to help himself break through. Don't worry about me for now. Hurry up and help Treasurer Meng and Zhang Yuan. As long as we can break that snake artifact and those skulls, they'll be able to surround this Kuluo." Li Rong was startled and immediately understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Right now, the 4 top masters were all occupied, so with only her and Yang Kai fighting side by side, there was no way they could deal with this bone race leader. But if the other 4 could join forces and deal with him at the same time, even if Kuluo's strength was high, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet. Li Rong's pretty face showed some hesitation. "But, no buts, hurry up," Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of struggle. Yang Kai was the master of the entire ancient demon clan, so she naturally had to protect Yang Kai at all times. But she also knew that Yang Kai's proposal was the correct one, so for a moment she didn't know what to do. If something happened to Yang Kai, she almost didn't dare imagine it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm as she grit her teeth and said, "Then Master must be careful." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she took the lead to rush towards Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. The 2 of them were chased by more than a dozen skulls and had nowhere to run. They fled above the sea, avoiding the terrifying rays of light. However, in the midst of their escape, they managed to break 2 of the skulls, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. Li Rong decided to help them first, as long as the 2 of them could spare some time to assist Thunder Dragon and Chu Ling Xiao. The flying snake artifact was nothing to fear. Watching Li Rong escape, Kuluo tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, not intending to stop him. He seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and sneered, "Before they arrive, I can kill you. Then you can try." Yang Kai grinned. "See if you can catch up to me." Kuluo slowly shook his head. "Don't even think about using your star shuttle in front of me. It's useless. I reminded you the last time I saw you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "And don't even think about tearing the space apart. I've already used my divine sense to seal this area. Your cultivation base is lower than mine, so you can't use this ability. If I knew you had this ability last time, I wouldn't have let you escape." "I wasn't planning on tearing space." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then how do you plan to stall for time?" Kuluo seemed to want to know what other methods Yang Kai was hiding, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. Take a guess. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he condensed the power of wind around his body, and a small arc of lightning appeared on his body. Combining the power of wind and thunder, a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. Wind and thunder wings. Chapter 973. Ever since he had obtained his star shuttle, Yang Kai had been using this extremely fast artifact to travel. His wind and thunder wings had been shelved by Yang Kai. However, these wings, which had almost become a part of his body, still played an irreplaceable role. As the wind blew and the thunder surged, Yang Kai transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He was well aware of the gap in strength between himself and Kuluo, so he didn't try to act rashly. As long as he could delay Kuluo long enough for Meng Wuya, Chuling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Zhang Yuan, and the others to arrive, he would be able to determine the overall situation. Yang Kai was also certain that Kuluo wouldn't let him escape because he had the blood essence stone in his hand, which was the massive amount of blood chi essence Kuluo needed to break through to the Saint King realm. If Kuluo's mind was normal, he would never let him go. Yang Kai saw through Kuluo's heart. Sure enough, after he quickly flew away, Kuluo's eyes narrowed, and his expression became ferocious. His pair of green eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a thick murderous intent and anger filling his face. His figure flickered as he quickly chased after Yang Kai. His speed was incredibly fast, not inferior to Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings, perhaps even faster. The space shackles had no effect on him at all. With a single step, Kuluo appeared a few thousand meters away, and with another step, he appeared in another place, quickly closing the distance between himself and Yang Kai. The murderous intent behind Yang Kai's back made his blood run cold. As he ran, Yang Kai tried to tear space, but was shocked to find that the space around him had become extremely viscous, as if there was some kind of strange force sealing his surroundings, making it impossible for him to tear open a crack in space. This Kuluo should have some understanding of space principles. Otherwise, even if his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. One chasing, one fleeing, there seemed to be no end to this chase. Yang Kai began running in circles with a clear goal in mind. He needed to wait for the others to come to his rescue. If he really ran too far, those people wouldn't be able to catch up. The aura of death was constantly pressing down on his heart, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. He had never encountered such a difficult battle before. Kuluo's strength was far greater than Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya's. He was the true #1 master of Tongxian realm. Whoosh, 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 a sonic boom came from behind him. Before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be cut open, and his soul was trembling. Startled, Yang Kai summoned his silver leaf artifact, turning it into a wave of water that surrounded his body. At the same time, he changed direction and agilely moved forward like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. Those attacks still bombarded his back with incomparable accuracy, causing him to feel intense pain. Kai Yang felt his back become blurry, and a warm feeling seeped out from it. The Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact was instantly shattered. You can't run away. Just surrender, and I'll give you a comfortable death. Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The next moment, he appeared beside Yang Kai and stood side by side with him, squinting towards him with a playful look in his eyes as he stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Yang Kai, sending out a terrifying burst of energy at his fingertip. Not waiting for Kuluo to attack, Yang Kai pressed his palms together and pushed out his beast spirit seal. The white tiger and divine ox roared as they charged towards Kuluo. At the same time, Yang Kai paused his pace and nimbly turned around, flying off in another direction. This brief moment of time allowed Yang Kai to once again open up the distance between him and Kuluo. secretly anxious. Yang Kai prayed for Meng Wuya and the others to end this quickly. "I want you to die without a burial," Ku Luo roared, his expression ferocious. It seemed that because he had chased after Yang Kai for so long but was unable to do anything to him, he was completely enraged. A monstrous evil chi swept across the world as Ku Luo used all of his strength, no longer willing to play this game of cat and mouse. The sky suddenly darkened, and a red light, as if condensed from thick blood, shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became alert, summoning his silver leaf artifact once again while condensing several grand, heavenly shields behind him to defend himself. However, he still felt a great sense of crisis, as if even this kind of defensive measure would not have much effect. "Ice Seal," a tender voice suddenly called out, and Yang Kai saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt, the demon crests on her pretty face making her look even colder than usual. In her white hand was an ice crystal sword, and as she waved it, a cold aura overflowed from it, and a power that seemed capable of freezing the world erupted behind Yang Kai. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the earth around them turned into frozen earth, and the pursuing blood chi seemed to be frozen in an instant. Han Fei passed by Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to help Yang Kai resist Ku Luo for a while. Yang Kai, however, caught her in his arms and fled like a whirlwind, shouting, "You can't fight him head-on." Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. The best outcome for her was to be severely injured or even killed. The cracking sounds continued to spread, and the extremely cold energy did stop Ku Luo for a moment, causing his pace to become slightly sluggish and his body to be covered in a thin layer of frost, but it only lasted a moment before this layer of frost melted away. Ku Luo chased after him even more violently. "Master," Han Fei turned around in amazement and muttered, "Who is this person? How is he so strong?" "Bone Race Leader." Yang Kai released her and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "The fleeing Bone Race clansmen have basically been killed, and the ones chasing after them will soon return," Han Fei quickly replied. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help grinning. At that moment, not far away, 4 figures flew over from the side, and saw Yang Kai fleeing with Han Fei, while Ku Luo chased after them, causing all of them to gawk. These were the 4 demon generals. 2 more figures arrived, and stood beside the 4 demon generals. They were the other 2 great seniors of the monster race. The 6 of them had just finished chasing down the fleeing Bone Race clansmen and thought the battle was over, but when they returned, they discovered this scene. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring towards Ku Luo with unkind eyes, a pressure that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth converging towards Ku Luo. Ku Luo finally realized that the situation wasn't good and stopped his pursuit of Yang Kai, turning his head and coldly glaring at these 6 people. A cold snort rang out from Ku Luo's side as he closed his eyes and remained motionless, a dangerous aura pulsing from his body, as if he was summoning something. A moment later, in the distant sky, 6 or 7 house-sized skulls flew over. These were the skulls that had previously entangled Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. There had originally been a dozen of them, but now only half remained. The flying snake-like artifact also flew back at the same time and poured into Ku Luo's body, causing his already violent and cruel aura to soar to another level. "Ku Luo, you're finished." Yang Kai also stopped running and stood side by side with Han Fei, staring at him coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a number of figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Meng Wuya and the others who had chased after the skulls and flying snake-like artifacts, 11 third-order saints, 1 second-order saint, and including Yang Kai, a total of 13 people, an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. These 13 people surrounded Ku Luo in an iron-like manner, all of their auras converging towards him, exerting pressure on him to prevent him from escaping. Finished? Ku Luo looked calm as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai and said, Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're just waiting for them to come together, so you can bully us with numbers. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. Ku Luo was too calm, so calm that Yang Kai didn't know who had succeeded in their scheme. I already said, even if you haven't reached the Saint King realm, no one in this world is my opponent. No matter how many of you come, it won't matter. Ku Luo shouted. Don't be so arrogant. In front of this senior, it's not your turn to act presumptuously. Zhang Yuan's expression was gloomy, his mood extremely uncomfortable. If you really have some kind of heaven-defying method, you might as well show it to us. Meng Wuya stared at him coldly. Although his words were calm and indifferent, his Saint Qi was actually surging, making him extremely vigilant. Very well, as you wish. Ku Luo laughed and suddenly sat down cross-legged, his pair of green eyes flashing violently as a seven-colored light bloomed from them. Ku Luo's hands were constantly forming some kind of unknown seal as he muttered to himself. Ku Luo's vitality rose like a rising tide as the surface of his skin began to exude a bright red light, as if he would bleed at any moment. Crisp sounds came from all over his body. His bones seemed to have broken at this moment, and countless small wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red blood flowed out from those wounds, turning him into a terrifying bloody man in an instant. Be careful, Chu Ling Xiao shouted. This was definitely Ku Luo's last resort, and from the confidence in his tone and demeanor, it was clear that this method was extremely powerful. Before they knew its depths, no one would dare attack him rashly. Everyone's expression became dignified, each one more nervous than the last. The blood from Ku Luo's body continued to flow out, seemingly endless, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Ku Luo threw his head back and laughed, standing up and shouting, I'll let you experience my bone race's forbidden technique, blood pond, flesh forest. You'll die without regrets. Along with his shout, his body suddenly exploded. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions. His bones also shattered at this moment, sputtering out one bone after another. He blew himself up. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that with Ku Luo's monstrous momentum, he would actually blow up his body. Something's wrong. Retreat. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, feeling a sense of crisis and quickly retreating. Too late. Ku Luo laughed strangely, his laughter resounding in everyone's ears as the shattered pieces of flesh and bones suddenly seemed to come to life, converging into a monstrous sea of blood that drowned out the surrounding area and swallowed the group of 13 people. Chapter 974. This boundless sea of blood enveloped the world. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of their chests. Everywhere they looked, all they could see was a sea of red. All around them, there was a thick pool of blood that made it difficult for them to move. This pool of blood contained a strange power that made it difficult for them to circulate their Saint Qi. The 13 of them felt as if they had fallen into a huge pool of blood, unable to find a way out, unable to see the light. All of them summoned their defensive artifacts at this moment to protect themselves, vigilantly searching for a way out. Ku Luo was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was everywhere in this blood sea. He seemed to be everywhere. Bone races, forbidden technique, blood pond, flesh forest. In this thick sea of blood, a series of blood dragons took shape and swam about freely, exuding a dangerous aura. They were obviously under Ku Luo's control, but Ku Luo didn't rush to attack, as if he wanted to enjoy the sight of everyone struggling. Yang Kai stood side by side with Han Fei, Han Fei's ice attribute power burst out uncontrollably, but she was unable to freeze this pool of blood. Her ice attribute power was suppressed inside her body, unable to break out at all. Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone and poured his yuan qi into it, attempting to use this starry sky stone to absorb all the blood here. But he was disappointed. The blood essence stone didn't work here, soaking in this pool of blood, but unable to absorb any of it. This discovery shocked Yang Kai greatly. After using the blood essence stone so many times, Yang Kai knew that it could only absorb the blood of the dead. It couldn't absorb the blood of the living. Even if a person was seriously injured, they wouldn't be able to draw blood from their wounds because a living person could still circulate their saint qi to resist the suction of the blood essence stone. Kuluo wasn't dead, so the blood essence stone naturally had no effect. On top of that, this entire blood pond flesh forest should have been formed by him exploding. Yang Kai suddenly understood, which was why his aura was so pervasive. You seem to have discovered something. Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear as he laughed. And you can say that you are now inside my body. Here, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. No one can resist. As if to verify his words, as soon as these arrogant words fell, a tender voice suddenly called out, "You Thunder Dragon Great Senior anxiously called out. That sound was obviously the ice jade python scream. She must have been attacked by something. "I'm fine." Yu's voice sounded from a certain direction. Lei Long hurriedly rushed in that direction, but when he followed the voice, he couldn't find any trace of the ice jade python. In this sea of blood, he couldn't even grasp the direction. Of the 13 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Han Fei, who were standing together, the other 11 were all separated, each of them able to stand on their own. The situation was extremely bad. Yang Kai's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. "Your auras are somewhat similar to that person from several thousand years ago, which makes me very annoyed. I'll start with you guys." Kuluo's voice sounded again, extremely calm, as if he really could control the life and death of everyone in the blood sea. Yang Kai clearly felt that a huge amount of energy in the blood sea was gathering in a certain direction, and soon after, a burst of cries and sounds of fighting rang out. After just 3 breaths of time, Demon General Bahi's angry roar rang out. "Want to kill me? Don't think you'll have an easy time." A monstrous surge of demonic qi accompanied by an even stronger movement. With a muffled groan, Bahi's aura suddenly became ragged, as if his heart and lungs had been pierced by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Bahi!" Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. "Master, avenge your subordinate!" Bahi roared to the heavens, his voice deafening, and with a loud crack, Bahi's aura suddenly disappeared. Somehow, his spiritual energy had dissipated into the blood sea. Bahi is dead. The other 3 demon generals, who were scattered in different corners of the blood pool, cried out involuntarily. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Among the 4 great demon generals, he was the one with the least experience. Although he was the weakest, he was still a third-order saint. But since he fought with Kuluo, he had died in just 10 breaths of time. Inside this blood sea, what kind of ability did Kuluo use to accomplish such a feat? Meng Ge, Go Qiong, and Shueli all panicked, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer next, hurriedly shuttling back and forth across the blood sea, searching for Zhang Yuan's figure and praying for some kind of protection. The moment his aura disappeared, Yang Kai once again pushed his yuan qi and poured it into the blood essence stone. A huge, attractive force emerged, and from a certain direction of the blood sea, a wisp of blood qi was sucked into the blood essence stone before disappearing. This was his blood qi. The blood essence stone finally played a role at this moment, preventing Kuluo from becoming stronger. "I'll deal with you later." Kuluo's cold snort sounded in Yang Kai's ears. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Of all the people present, his cultivation was the lowest, so after falling into the blood sea, Kuluo felt that he could kill him at any time. Master, Go Cheong's voice sounded from a certain location, a hint of relief apparent in his voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan responded from another location. Go Cheong seemed to be stunned for a moment before calling out. You are, as if he had seen something incredible. Go Cheong pushed his demonic chi and shouted as he fought. Inside this blood sea, he can transform into anyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Only now did they understand why Go Cheong's tone was mixed with relief. Obviously, he thought he had found Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, but it turned out to be an illusion created by Kuluo using the blood sea's energy. Caught off guard, he must have been ambushed. Go Cheong, Shueli called out but received no response. The blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand once again absorbed a huge amount of blood chi, so Go Cheong's fate was obvious. Go Cheong, Meng Go also shouted. Although the 4 demon generals had always been difficult to deal with, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their companions had fallen. So Meng Go and Shueli were in a very bad mood and couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. Somewhere inside the blood sea, Zhang Yuan's face became even more gloomy as he grit his teeth and roared, I will make you pay the price. This senior swears he will make you pay the price. You don't have the ability. Kuluo's sarcastic voice sounded. If that master of your clan was still alive, my clan wouldn't have dared to awaken him. But his aura has already disappeared. He has already fallen. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will use your blood essence and bones to create clansmen who look exactly like you, and let them live in your place. Ooh, he shouted wildly, using the bone race's forbidden technique to toy with everyone in the palm of his hand. You're a big hindrance. It looks like I'll have to kill you first. Kuluo's voice once again sounded in Yang Kai's ear. 2 times, he had killed people without obtaining any blood chi. All of it had been taken away by the blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. After killing the 2 demon generals and avenging thousands of years of hatred, Kuluo finally turned his attention to Yang Kai. A white bone like a sharp spear shuttled through the blood sea, accurately stabbing towards Yang Kai's position. It was silent and extremely mysterious. By the time Yang Kai noticed, the bone spear was already within reach. Master, be careful. Han Fei, who had been vigilant all this time, quickly screamed when she noticed the danger approaching. Asterisk poo asterisk with a muffled bang. Even though Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he was still pierced through by the sharp bone spear, opening a hole in his lower abdomen, where golden blood instantly gushed out. Master, Li Rong also noticed something was wrong and called out in alarm, Han Fei, how is Master? Han Fei didn't answer because she couldn't see Yang Kai's situation at all, even if she was standing next to Yang Kai. The thick blood around him blocked her vision, making it so she could only see red. However, with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's aura had stagnated, indicating he had been injured. Her heart was filled with panic. I'm fine, Yang Kai shouted, trying to maintain the calmness in his voice as he gripped the bone spear that had pierced through his body and stared forward. In the blood pool, there was a vague humanoid figure holding the other end of the bone spear. Yang Kai felt that Kuluo was staring at him coldly. I've heard you mention that master from several thousand years ago. More than once. Are you afraid of him? Yang Kai asked coldly. Afraid? Kuluo admitted without hesitation. I'm not his opponent at all. With just a casual blow, I fell to the ground unconscious, and all the masters of my race were killed by him. Do you think I'm not afraid? As he spoke, Kuluo forcefully twisted the bone spear, causing Yang Kai severe pain and unbearable torture. He seemed to be venting the embarrassment Yang Kai had caused him. However, thanks to this, I was able to avoid the fate of being killed by him. I was able to sleep on this continent for thousands of years, waiting for him to fall." Kuluo laughed wildly. "The lifespan of my race is incomparable to any other race. Their life essence was stored in their bones, so as long as their bones remained intact, they were virtually immortal. What if I told you that he didn't fall?" Yang Kai roared in a low voice. The faintly discernible figure in front of him suddenly became clearer, causing Kuluo's state of mind to be greatly impacted, a sense of panic filling his heart, as he immediately shouted, "Impossible, his aura has indeed disappeared. It is impossible for him to still be alive. During the Great War, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He should have died long ago. Don't try to lie to me. Then open your eyes wide and see if he is still alive." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he reached out and wiped the wound on his abdomen, staining his fingertips with golden blood before immediately pressing them against his left eye. The golden blood flowed into his left eye and seemed to be absorbed by the sea, leaving not a single drop behind. His eyes, which had a clear distinction between black and white, instantly lost their color and became snow white. It was extremely frightening. Soon, a majestic golden color was born from the white of the eye, and the clear black and white of the eye gave birth to a golden pupil that seemed to look down on all living beings. Chapter 975. Great demon God's demon eye of annihilation had long since been integrated into Yang Kai's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The demon eye of annihilation contained one of great demon God's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether great demon God could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled, and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness and then became clear. It was Kuluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kuluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kuluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Yang Kai, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Yang Kai's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Yang Kai's wound and merged into the blood sea, but instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kuluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Yang Kai's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kuluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kuluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep, fearing that master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately trying to resist the suction force from the golden eye. "Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death." Yang Kai pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. "You're not him," Karo screamed in horror. "Even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him. He's already dead." He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Yang Kai. He had listed Yang Kai as his most dangerous enemy and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the 3 clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Yang Kai, so he no longer had the ability to control others, causing the power of the blood sea to drop several notches. "Ice crystal shield," Han Fei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Yang Kai to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Yang Kai, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng, Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Yang Kai, the 10 masters worked together to block Ku Luo's frenzied offensive. Yang Kai hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the blood sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Ku Luo was still hiding in the blood sea, far away from Yang Kai, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the Bone Race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this blood sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls, so without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Asterisk show, show, show. Asterisk bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss, and were now standing beside Yang Kai. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. "Over there, use your divine sense to attack. He's only left with his soul avatar," Yang Kai shouted and pointed in a certain direction. "Only left with his soul avatar?" Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. "Good. That's good. I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door." As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction as Yang Kai also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Ku Luo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Ku Luo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. "Over there," Yang Kai pointed in another direction, and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The blood sea shook once more and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Ku Luo's control also lost their deterrence, and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the blood sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Ku Luo and disappeared without a trace. Ku Luo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. "Over here," Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Ku Luo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, The blood sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the bone race's forbidden technique blood pond flesh forest had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together, and Kaluo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Kaluo with malicious intent. Just now, in the blood sea, they had all been toyed within the palm of Kaluo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the blood sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Kaluo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Kaluo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret. He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time, and should have slept for another few thousand years. Kaluo, did you forget something? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. It contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Yang Kai's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Kaluo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Kaluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to heal automatically. Kaluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yang Kai grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Kaluo grit his teeth. That's good. Yang Kai gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Yang Kai's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Yang Kai had burned the bone spur. Kaluo's expression changed dramatically, as if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yang Kai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared, "For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price." "You won't have the chance." Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya. A series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Kaluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. "Since you dared to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust." The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Kaluo like an azure dragon. Meng Ge and Shui Li followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred, as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The 3 monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kaluo with all their strength. Chu Ling Xiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kaluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kaluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack, he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 976. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kuluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kuluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kuluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kuluo's face changed greatly, and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kuluo could only try to evade, while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Kong. The earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kuluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow, and began to crack. Chu Ling Zhao's devil sealing chain wrapped around Kuluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kuluo. Kuluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Kacha. Kuluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters and began to crack like a spider web. Kuluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond, Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tong Xianrealm's masters, but at the last moment, his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kuluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kuluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kuluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined, as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kuluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding, and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kuluo's mind and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine soul projection, Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kuluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kuluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body, with the Bone Race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kuluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kuluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in midair, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kuluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him, and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kuluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kuluo's level was really forced into a corner and decided to use soul explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me," Kuluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kuluo, Yang Kai's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but in the next moment he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Ku Luo struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Asterisk show. Asterisk in the blink of an eye, Ku Luo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Yang Kai's left eye, the sound of Ku Luo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Yang Kai how the situation was, Ku Luo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge, see, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. Ku Luo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times, and he couldn't help calling out in amazement. A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy? With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's knowledge was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Ku Luo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. Today, I'll destroy your soul. Yang Kai didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge into burning Ku Luo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Yang Kai's knowledge appeared again, and a golden light shot out from it. Ku Luo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy. Feeling the surge of it and feeling it, his expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm, the amount of spiritual energy Yang Kai had obtained was far greater. Above Yang Kai's knowledge, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Yang Kai throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge something that Yang Kai could not control. However, thanks to this, Yang Kai had obtained unimaginable benefits. Yang Kai didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yang Kai began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Yang Kai removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Yang Kai's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as his knowledge churned, and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Yang Kai and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yang Kai's aptitude was outstanding after experiencing Yuan Qi's saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the saint realm. At that time, Whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Meng Wu Ye was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wu Ye considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through. Chu Xiao smiled lightly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle, and we should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuye took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race, although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race. Now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the three great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned, and the three clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the three clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Kaluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Xue Li and Meng Ge, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The three clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle and place them on an island near Water Spirit Temple as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change, and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Let's go take a look." Chu Ling Xiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. Chapter 977. A few years ago, no one had even heard of Yang Kai's name, but today his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age and with such cultivation. He was unique in all of Tong Xian Realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the bone race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, this name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Yang Kai, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Yang Kai's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling, and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Yang Kai's body was growing stronger at an extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. "Brother Meng, when you broke through to the Saint Realm," Chu Ling Xiao whispered, "how much world energy baptism did you withstand?" "About half," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "Any more, and I wouldn't have been able to bear it." "I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Meng." Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Chu Ling Xiao took a light breath and compared himself with Yang Kai's actions. Chu Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Yang Kai. In this battle, 2 demon general had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of the young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Yang Kai, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with the great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sex, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more farsighted than he was, because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve, a new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Withstanding the baptism of the world energy was an extremely difficult task, and if one were to directly rush into this storm of world energy, the pressure they would have to bear would increase exponentially. If one wasn't careful, they would be crushed to pieces. Everyone who had a close relationship with Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of worry, fearing that Yang Kai's rash action would cause some kind of accident. But in the next moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared, high up in the sky. The storm of world energy, which had been constantly rotating, seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and suddenly came to a standstill. Then, this massive storm, which no one dared approach, began to rotate in the opposite direction. At the center of this storm, there seemed to be some kind of vortex that was pulling it in. As the speed of this vortex grew faster and faster, the power of the world energy storm rapidly decreased. It was being sucked in. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the storm of world energy disappeared, and at its center, Yang Kai's figure appeared, a look of disappointment still lingering on his face. "This little brat," Meng Wuya laughed, so bold. There was actually someone who could enter the center of that storm of world energy to withstand the baptism. Yang Xingzhu is truly a genius. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Soaring Heaven Sect has produced such an amazing character. It really makes me envious. I must also congratulate Great Elder Su Hui. With such a holy master, your holy land will only become more and more glorious in the future. A series of compliments and congratulations sounded, causing Su Hui to grin from ear to ear. After experiencing this battle and witnessing Yang Kai's breakthrough, Everyone realized just how great Yang Kai's personal strength was. Those who had not cared much about him before finally began to re-examine their attitudes towards him. Yang Kai slowly walked down from the sky. The masters from the 3 clans congratulated him in unison, all of them sincerely. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Many thanks to all of you. And I must also thank all of you for your efforts in this battle. I believe that future generations will not forget the efforts you have made today, and will remember them gratefully. Many people's faces showed a touch of glory as their spirits soared. Yang Shengzhu, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace, Master Qin Zhou suddenly walked up and hesitantly asked, "Can this Qin ask you a question?" Since the beginning of the battle with the bone race, Qin Zhou had been holding this question in his heart and had been holding it in until now. Yang Kai glanced over at him and knew what he wanted to ask, nodding and saying, "Can Palace Master Qin wait a moment? I also have something to tell you, but before that, I'd like to speak with Demon Commander Master first." "Good. This one will wait." Qin Zhou's body shook as he faintly realized something and quickly responded. "Yang Xingzhu has something to say to me." Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai. "Let's go somewhere else." Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Li Rong. "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. "I wonder what Yang Xingzhu wants to say to this senior." Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Yang Kai and couldn't help asking. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, "Go Qiong and Ba He are dead. Please restrain your grief, Demon Commander." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "They died a worthy death. Many thanks for Yang Xingzhu's concern. And I just wanted to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Kuluo from the beginning, if he didn't come to my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Ba He died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties. You don't need to mind." Zhang Yuan nodded gently. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned. "Now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced. What do you plan to do?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted. "If you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as this senior is alive, no one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them? Find another demon general?" Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, "You mean this lady?" "Of course. Li Rong is also a member of the demon race, and her strength isn't any worse than yours, so there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general. Right? Naturally, there's no problem. But is Yang Xingzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land?" Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general. Her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander. But Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. "I refuse," Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured. "Listen to what I have to say. And after this trip, I will be leaving this place." "Leaving this place?" Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. "Wherever Master goes, we will go," Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, "I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me." "Star Territory?" Zhang Yuan paled. "Why would you want to go to Star Territory? That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself." "Yes, Master, if you really want to go, please take me with you," Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here. When the crisis came, allowing them to live near Nine Heavens' holy land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon gods sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Starfield. But now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in great demon gods' memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, great demon god had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again, with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kuluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kuluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. Chapter 978. Zhang Yuan somewhat understood what Yang Kai meant. If I go to the star territory, I may be able to find a way. When the time comes, even if a powerful enemy invades, I won't be unable to defend myself. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one can guarantee anything, Yang Kai shrugged. From his own experiences over the past dozen years, Yang Kai saw a similar way out. It was never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. So, Yang Xingzhu wants to take the risk of going to the star field for the sake of the future of Tong Xian realm? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, curling his lips as he asked, "You're not such a righteous man, are you?" Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai many times and hadn't known him for a long time, Zhang Yuan had his own way of judging people. As the demon commander, his vision was far sharper than the average person. He felt that Yang Kai's eagerness to go to the star field wasn't because of what he said. There must be some other reason. Yang Kai laughed and nodded. There is indeed a more important reason, but that is my personal matter, so it is not convenient for me to disclose it. I can only guarantee that there will be no harm to the demon land. I believe you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded before turning to look at Li Rong again, a faint look of interest flashing across his face. If Yang Kai really left Tong Xian realm, he might be able to accept Li Rong as a demon general. The ancient demon clan's combat strength was intrepid, and their leaders were also tyrannical. With them joining, the demon land would one day become impregnable. Most importantly, he might be able to take advantage of Yang Kai's absence to persuade the ancient demon clan to truly become a part of the demon race. Zhang Yuan was tempted. Li Rong, you belong to the demon race, and the demon land's environment is more suitable for your cultivation. If you go there, it will be more suitable for the development of your clansmen. And if one day I can return, and you are still willing to follow me, I will definitely take you to a wider world. Yang Kai showed a look of nostalgia. More than 10 years ago, I seem to have said the same thing to the great Han dynasty. Li Rong and Han Fei's beautiful eyes brightened. My lord, are you sure you can't bring us along? Li Rong made a final attempt. Yang Kai shook his head. Starfield was too vast and too dangerous. He didn't even know where to go. So how could he bring anyone along? Then, my ancient demon clan awaits master's good news. Li Rong nodded heavily and didn't say anything more. She knew that since Yang Kai had already made his decision, it was useless for her to say anything more. Before that, my clan will temporarily reside in the demon land. I wonder if Master Demon Commander is willing to accept us. This senior welcomes you. Zhang Yuan smiled heartily. After returning to the gathering place of the three clans, the various forces returned triumphantly one after another. Each force had come from a different place, so after traveling together for a while, they all went their separate ways. In this battle, each force had suffered huge losses, so they couldn't wait to return to prepare materials and restore their Yuan Qi. 10 days later, Yang Kai separated from Su Hui and the others, telling him to return to the Holy Land with Li Rong and the others first, that he needed to go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and would return in a few days. Su Hui nodded and left. Let's go. Yang Kai waited for the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the ancient demon clan to walk away before turning to Qinzhou and smiling. Qinzhou's expression was a bit reserved, filled with many questions and doubts, but he didn't dare ask them directly and simply led the way. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Palace Master Qin want to ask about the Dragon Emperor?" Qinzhou was startled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists and asked, "If it is convenient, can Yang Shengzhu explain? In this battle with the Bone Race, the might of the Dragon Emperor had reappeared, but Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, had not come to the battlefield. Moreover, after the Golden Dragon dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was clearly revealed. When Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm and returned, Qinzhou also saw a lifelike Golden Dragon tattoo on his body. This series of signs allowed Qinzhou to vaguely understand the truth of the matter, but he wasn't certain. Naturally, he wanted to find Yang Kai and ask him about this matter. "It's time to give you an explanation." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I want to apologize to Palace Master Qin and your noble sect for deceiving you." Qinzhou's body shook as a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Sun Yu is not the Dragon Emperor's successor. I am." Elder Xiaoling was taken aback as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. That year, when the Dragon Valley inheritance opened, it wasn't because of Sun Yu, but rather because I accidentally entered it. Sun Yu happened to break in at that time and was drawn into the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. I stayed in the Dragon Valley with him for 2 years. I didn't know much about Dragon Phoenix Palace, so I left Sun Yu there and asked him some questions while giving him some pointers in his cultivation. So, Sun Yu being able to make such a huge breakthrough in his cultivation during these 2 years was entirely because of Yang Shengzhu. Qinzhou was shocked, suddenly realizing why Sun Yu's cultivation progress after leaving Dragon Valley had been so poor. Although it was faster than an ordinary person's, it was still far from the aptitude of the Dragon Emperor. "Half of it, he's also quite diligent." Yang Kai smiled wryly. "Then, when Frozen Nether Cave Heaven attacked, I also dealt with it secretly," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "No wonder the Dragon Emperor. Sun Yu listens to Yang Shengzhu and worships him so much. It turns out there was such a reason behind it." Xiaoling suddenly understood. "I was wondering when Great Elderling Jian had become friends with a character like Yang Shengzhu, but now it all makes sense. But I still don't quite understand." Qinzhou frowned. "Since Yang Shengzhu is the Dragon Emperor's successor, why would he conceal this matter? Just how respected was the Dragon Emperor's successor? Sun Yu had already reached the heavens in a single bound and had become the highest-ranking person in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Qinzhou really couldn't understand why Yang Kai would conceal his existence while allowing Sun Yu to attract everyone's attention. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly, "The main reason is that I just happened to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land that year. You should have heard that at that time, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was suffering from both external and internal troubles, a pile of mess that had yet to be cleaned up. At that time, I was not in the mood to take care of other matters. And the most important thing is that I am not a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If I were to tell you that I had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Palace's inheritance, I don't know what you would think. Perhaps it would cause some kind of disaster. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with Sun Yu. I asked him to help me conceal this matter. I'm sorry. Kai Yang's attitude was sincere, and he explained everything to her. Chenzhou, Xiao Ling, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Chenzhou laughed and said, "It's not too late for Yang Xingzhu to tell us the truth at this moment, but I don't quite understand. Why was Yang Xingzhu able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Is there some other reason for this?" "Because I cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art." Chenzhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Kai gave a brief account of what happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, and when everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace heard this, all of them showed looks of excitement. It's the inheritance left behind by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. No wonder Yang Xingzhu was able to open Dragon Valley's barrier. Everything makes sense now, Chenzhou said excitedly. So, Yang Xingzhu isn't an outsider, and, strictly speaking, Yang Xingzhu should be considered a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Xiao Ling also couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Kai wanted Nine Heavens, Holy Land, and Dragon Phoenix Palace to be on good terms, most likely because of this connection. At this moment, Chenzhou and Xiao Ling finally understood everything. Right, what about the Phoenix Empress? Chenzhou suddenly remembered something. Since Yang Xingzhu cultivates the yin-yang joyous unification art, there must be a Phoenix Empress. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not in Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai's expression became dim. She went to Starfield. Starfield? Chenzhou was dumbfounded. I'm going to find her, but I don't know when I'll be able to return, so I want to take the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest so that when I find her, I can hand it over to her, take it away. Chenzhou was startled. Can that inheritance be taken away? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. I'm just going to try. Of course, that is, if Palace Master Chen agrees. That's not a problem, but the difficulty is a bit high. That inheritance has been hidden in the Phoenix Nest for thousands of years. No one knows what it is. I hope you do your best. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. After confirming that Yang Kai was the real Dragon Emperor's successor, Chenzhou and Xiao Ling's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Yang Kai asked them not to blame Sun Yu, and the two of them said they didn't take this matter to heart. For the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, as long as there was a successor to the Dragon Emperor's identity, that person would stand on the sex side. It didn't matter who inherited it. What's more, Yang Kai's identity as the Dragon Emperor's successor had been decided a long time ago. Moreover, the two of them also said that although Sun Yu was not the real Dragon Emperor, they would not treat him unfairly in the future and would pour all of the sex resources, manpower, and financial resources into him, as always. Sun Yu's current aptitude was also far superior to ordinary people, so he was worth focusing on. More than a month later, a group of people arrived at Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace welcomed them with open arms. Sun Yu had long since received news and led a group of people to stand outside Dragon Phoenix Palace, congratulating Chenzhou and the others on their triumphant return, as well as welcoming Yang Kai. Chenzhou set up a banquet to entertain them, and the entire sect toasted and drank. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai pulled Sun Yu aside and explained the situation to him. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Yang, this makes me feel a lot more at ease, but will the palace master and the others hold a grudge against me in the future?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Cultivate well. Even if you are not the Dragon Emperor now, you are still the future hope of the sect, the palace master, and the others won't treat you unfairly." "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's great." Sun Yu smiled happily, no longer feeling the psychological burden he had before. Before, he had been burdened with the false identity of the Dragon Emperor, causing him to worry all day long, for fear that someone would discover his flaws. But now he felt completely relaxed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to straighten his back. Chapter 979. Inside the Phoenix Nest, a world of ice and snow. A frigid chill permeated the jungle, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of white fog, making it seem like a paradise on Earth. The Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this jungle, and for thousands of years, no one had truly obtained it. Only those who cultivated cold attribute secret arts would often come to the Phoenix Nest to cultivate, taking advantage of the favorable conditions here. Even frozen Nether Cave Heaven, which had previously tried to harm Dragon Phoenix Palace, had its foundation not far from the Phoenix Nest, relying on its cold aura to survive. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain part of the Phoenix Nest, the frigid cold aura blocking the flow of Saint Chi in his body. Even though he had already reached the Saint Realm, Yang Kai could still feel an extraordinary domain and energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. This domain and energy seemed to be everywhere, causing his hair and clothes to be covered in frost. If Su Yan could be here, she would only need to circulate her yin-yang joyous unification art to absorb all the ice attribute energy in the Phoenix Nest. However, she was unable to come here. Yang Kai constantly tried to release his divine sense, trying to comprehend this aura and absorb it. After all, he had gone to the star field this time and did not know when he would return. If he was lucky enough to find Su Yan, he could directly hand over the Phoenix Empress inheritance hidden here to her and help her improve her strength. However, Yang Kai was not sure he could accomplish this. The ice attribute energy and this aura were completely incompatible with the true Yang secret art he cultivated. And it was also completely different from the Saint Chi in his body. Yang Kai could only patiently try and not force it. Time passed by, and Yang Kai sat in the Phoenix Nest for half a month without making any progress. However, because of the influence of the ice attribute energy, Yang Kai was able to slowly stabilize his newly promoted Saint Realm. Having just broken through a great realm, the most important thing to avoid at this time was to be greedy. The ice attribute energy had forced Yang Kai to resist it with his hot Saint Chi, and while consuming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai was also able to sense the various differences between his Saint Realm and his Saint Chi. Yang Kai had gained a lot and maintained the state without thinking about anything else. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his Saint Realm cultivation, causing his Saint Realm cultivation to become more solid and his Saint Chi to become purer and more vigorous. His efforts during this period of time had given him a buffer period. It had become the cornerstone for him to stabilize his realm. The power in his body was also slowly becoming stronger. He was comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. During this process, the golden dragon tattoo on his body was constantly moving. Being in the Phoenix Nest, it seemed to have received some kind of special nourishment. Not only was it not stable, but it also seemed to be very eager, as if it wanted to rush out of Yang Kai's body and merge with the cold energy. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the two pillars of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and they were also of one mind. The golden dragon tattoo contained an enormous amount of energy. It was the Dragon Emperor's final inheritance, so it was natural for there to be some abnormalities in the Phoenix Nest. Another half a month later, there was still no movement from the Phoenix Nest. During this time, Yang Kai had been transmitting his divine sense to his surroundings in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the Phoenix Nest. But he failed. After a whole month, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up. He felt that he couldn't take away the final inheritance left here. Just as Yang Kai opened his eyes and was about to leave, The cold energy in the phoenix nest suddenly underwent some unusual changes and seemed to resonate with the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body, forming a subtle connection. Yang Kai's body froze as he recalled his actions just now. Quickly holding his breath, he stopped circulating the energy in his body and allowed the golden dragon tattoo to move freely around his body. This subtle connection became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai's eyes became brighter as he vaguely understood what was going on. The huge amount of cold energy in the phoenix nest was converging in a certain direction, and that direction was not far in front of Yang Kai. Gradually, the frost that had covered the entire phoenix nest for thousands of years began to melt, leaving only a small territory in front of Yang Kai, where the cold energy was extremely rich. It seemed that all of the cold energy was gathering here. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, the phantom image of an ice phoenix appeared. It was noble, gorgeous, and completely snow white. It was crystal clear and flawless, like an otherworldly fairy. It reminded Yang Kai of Su Yan. The auras of the two were so similar that they seemed to come from the same source. Hu Jiao Er had once commented that Su Yan was like an ice doll, and this comment was not an exaggeration. Anyone who saw Su Yan would have the same first impression. Her coldness would only melt in front of Yang Kai. It became as hot as fire, hot enough to burn the hardest rock in the world. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the world as the ice phoenix phantom raised its head and cried out in response. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently gazed at it, just like how he gazed at Su Yan. He sent the most sincere invitation to the ice phoenix phantom. The ice phoenix phantom stared at him as if it had its own life and wisdom. It looked into Yang Kai's heart and saw the beautiful figure that occupied Yang Kai's heart, understanding how important she was to Yang Kai. The ice phoenix responded. Its luxurious body collapsed like a collapsing mountain, like a tsunami, fiercely rolling towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing the cold energy to rush into his body. The surface of his sturdy body instantly condensed a layer of ice, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. The huge amount of cold energy poured in, seemingly wanting to freeze him in an instant. The hot Saint Chi in his body involuntarily rioted, trying to resist the invading cold energy. Yang Kai quickly suppressed it and withdrew all his Saint Chi back to the Dantian. His teeth chattered and his whole body turned purple. In just a moment, Yang Kai was frostbitten. The huge amount of cold energy continued to pour in, and after a long time, all the remaining cold energy in the world disappeared. Yang Kai's tense and trembling body suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the unbearable cold he had been feeling also disappeared. There seemed to be something inside his body that was swimming around the surface of his skin, giving him a refreshing feeling that refreshed his spirit. Unbuttoning his clothes, Yang Kai looked down and saw a dragon and phoenix pattern chasing each other in harmony. Inside these two patterns, there was enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and seemed a little surprised. He had only come here to give it a try, and had not really thought he would succeed, but the result had exceeded his expectations. The Phoenix Empress' final inheritance had really responded to his invitation and entered his body. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura of the Phoenix Empress. She used his body as a shelter and stayed there for the time being. It was a foreign object, so although it contained a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai could not use it. All he could do was temporarily store it for Su Yan. After carefully confirming that the Ice Phoenix pattern would not have any adverse effects on him, Yang Kai got up with satisfaction and strode out of the phoenix nest. The sun shone down, and the phoenix nest was unsealed. The world of ice and snow, which had existed for thousands of years, finally began to melt today. Going to Dragon Phoenix Palace and telling Chenzhou about the phoenix nest, Yang Kai said goodbye to him, summoned his star shuttle, and flew back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. When he returned to the Holy Land, Su Hui and the others had already returned. Until today, the entire Holy Land was still full of jubilation and excitement. Yang Kai gathered his friends and family and told them about his trip to Starfield. To Yang Kai's surprise, after hearing this news, they didn't seem to have much of a reaction, as if they had already known. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and knew that she had told him about this in advance, so they were mentally prepared. Have you decided? Meng Wuya asked leisurely. Yang Kai nodded gently. Since you've decided, there's no need to say anything more. Be careful, you don't need to worry about this place. This old master will look after it for you. Meng Wuya gently nodded. Many thanks, Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. With these words from Meng Wuya, even if he had to leave, he could rest assured. Now that Nine Heavens' Holy Land was on the right track, it didn't matter whether he was the Holy Master or not. The only thing Yang Kai couldn't let go of was his friends and family who lived in the former site of War Spirit Temple, but as long as Meng Wuya was here, they would never be bullied. You go explore the path first. Maybe one day this old master will also go and take a look. When that time comes, I'll definitely come find you. Meng Wuya smiled. I'll be waiting. A sobbing sound came from the side, as Dong Suju's eyes became red and swollen as she looked towards Yang Kai pleadingly, as if she didn't want him to leave. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai had left the central capital and never returned, never to be heard from again. It wasn't until recently that the family reunited again, but Dong Suju hadn't even had time to have a good chat with her son before Yang Kai had to embark on a new journey to the vast star field. How could she be willing? Fourth Master Yang, who was a man of iron, also had tears in his eyes, his expression filled with reluctance. Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt, and was about to open his mouth to comfort his son, when Fourth Master Yang quickly said, Go. Father supports you and believes in you. Yang Kai's body trembled as he nodded heavily. With the words of Fourth Master Yang, Yang Kai also felt relieved. He could put down all his psychological burdens and do what he wanted to do. Before you go, you should have a good chat with Ning Chang. Meng Wuya sighed slightly. She's been cooped up in her room for the past half a month. I know. At night, the moon shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai slowly walked over just as Ling was coming out. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help gawking for a moment before immediately turning towards one of the rooms and giggling before quickly leaving, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before straightening his clothes and walking towards Xianing Chang's room. Outside the door, Du Wan and the other 4 grandmasters were gathered together, each of them trying their best to persuade the other grandmasters, each of them trying their best to convince the other grandmasters. There was no movement inside the room. Good evening, grandmasters. Yang Kai coughed dryly to attract their attention. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Kai, all of them looking at him with disdain. You little brat. Chang Bao's fat jiggled as he took advantage of his seniority to reprimand Yang Kai. You really don't know how lucky you are. What kind of character is Lady Xia? You should be grateful that she took a liking to you, yet you actually dared to make her sad. You really make this old master angry. Chapter 980. Outside Xianing Chang's room, the fat man Chang Bao was scolding Yang Kai, spittle flying everywhere. Lady Xia hasn't taken a single step out of her room for half a month, nor has she performed any alchemy. You really are a sinner. Hong Fong also scolded him without any trace of politeness. Kong Rua, you coldly snorted. As a man, you should make your woman feel safe and reliable, not make her sad. You're not bad enough to be the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, but you're far from being a good husband. Even Du Wan, who had the best relationship with Yang Kai, hurriedly said, quickly find a way to coax her. Don't make her too sad. At this moment, the 5 grandmasters all seemed to be standing on Xia Ningchang's side, trying their best to protect her while simultaneously pointing their spears at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. He hadn't expected that the relationship between his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters had reached such a level. He still remembered when the 5 grandmasters first came to the Holy Land, all of them shamelessly wanting to stay and watch him perform alchemy, hoping to learn from him. During that time, he had won the respect of the 5 grandmasters. But now, in the eyes of the 5 grandmasters, Xia Ningchang's status was far higher than his. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could defend himself, he was interrupted by Hong Fong. Hong Fong squinted at him and said with displeasure, "Little brat, I heard you insisted on going to Star Field this time to pursue a woman? What kind of woman can compare to Lady Xia? And Lady Xia is already the best girl in the world. Don't just eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. Lady Xia is kind, gentle, considerate, pure, and innocent. I really don't understand why she would fall for a little bastard like you." Another round of scolding. Yang Kai was left speechless. "Lady Xia, don't be sad." Kong Ruo, you suddenly shouted into the room. "It's fine if you don't want such a half-hearted man. Another day, this old one will introduce you to someone. Although that person can't compare to Yang Kai, he can be considered a dragon among men." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he said, "Old Kong, if you don't want anything to happen to that person, it's best not to let him come to the Holy Land." Kong Ruo, you glared. "What? If you're allowed to be half-hearted, why can't you let Miss Xia choose?" "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai found it difficult to explain himself. He really didn't know why these 5 masters were so bored that they would interfere in the love between a man and a woman. Creak, the door opened. In the darkness, Xia Ningchang appeared in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, without a trace of impurity. However, everyone was sensitive enough to notice that her eyes were a little red and swollen. "Don't speak ill of junior brother." Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she faintly glanced at Yang Kai and bit her lip. "And the person junior brother is looking for is senior sister Su Yan. Senior sister is very good." "Hey, great aunt, you've finally come out," Chong Bao shouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked Xia Ningchang about her well-being. "Junior brother, come in and talk." Xia Ningchang pulled Yang Kai into the room. Yang Kai turned around and squeezed out a smile towards the 5 grandmasters. "Grandmasters, you should also rest early." Not waiting for them to answer, he quickly closed the door behind him. This smelly brat. Hong Fong touched his nose and couldn't help smiling. "Good. Since Yang Kai is here, there shouldn't be any problems." Duan smiled. "Everyone should go back and rest." The grandmasters were all experienced people and naturally understood the bitterness in Xia Ningchang's heart. Just now, she had mercilessly reprimanded Yang Kai in order to arouse Xia Ningchang's sympathy and force her to come out. Young people, if they had any problems, they could just open up and discuss them. Inside the room, after the grandmasters had left, Yang Kai looked towards Xia Ningchang apologetically. "I'm going to look for Su Yan. I was going to tell you when I came back," he said. "I know." Xia Ningchang gently nodded. "I won't stop you. I'm just a little reluctant to part with her." Saying so, her eyes filled with tears again, and she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms, burying her head in his chest. As her tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, Xia Ningchang's voice came out. "You don't have to worry about this place. You must find Su Yan and bring her back." And Yang Kai nodded heavily as he pulled his beautiful woman into his arms. The two of them tightly pressed against each other. Feeling the softness and heat of her body, Yang Kai surprisingly didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only a strong sense of reluctance and guilt. Xia Ningchang seemed to see through his concerns and softly said, "You don't have to feel guilty, because I know that if Master takes me to Starfield, You will also come to find me, right? Yes. Yang Kai hugged her tightly, feeling gratified by his little senior sister's understanding, and I also believe that you will be able to find her. Xia Ning Chong suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Why? Because you've already found us once, Xia Ning Chong said with a look of deep conviction. This time, you definitely won't fail. If two people are destined to be together, then no matter how far apart they are, no matter how much time has passed, there will always be a time when they will be together. That was what I thought in the past, and that was what I believed. Then when I was at my most isolated and fated moment, you... As she spoke, Xia Ning Chang's voice became softer, as if she had reached an embarrassing point and found it hard to continue. What about me? Kai Yang stared at her intently, the corners of his mouth forming a strange smile. Xia Ning Chang's face was full of embarrassment, her eyes drifting as her small hands grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. Her voice so low it was almost inaudible. You appeared like a hero. As soon as she said this, her little senior sister's cheeks flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out, and her tender body became even hotter. She was not the kind of person who could let go, nor was she the kind of person who could reveal all the words in her heart. Revealing her true feelings like this was already her limit. She suddenly recalled that year in the Nainin Mountain Valley in order to obtain the Nainin Yuan condensing dew. She and Yang Kai had gone together, but they had been ambushed in that one-person mountain wall. When she was in extreme danger, Yang Kai stood in front of her and fought bravely. At that time, that figure was not as heroic as it was now, and even seemed a little weak, but it stood tall like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind, rain, and danger. It was at that time that that figure quietly broke into her heart, took root, and sprouted in a young girl's heart, and tugged at her heartstrings. Every time she thought of that scene, Xia Ning Chang's heart felt as if it was filled with honey, warm and sweet. After being separated from Yang Kai for more than 10 years, she had followed her master everywhere, and had seen countless dragons among men. Among them, there was no lack of young heirs of large sects and clans who openly expressed their love for her. But she had always been the same, and her heart had never wavered for any man. She had always been waiting. Finally, her wish came true. When her master was trapped, she could not find a way out, and she was in despair and helplessness. That figure once again appeared in front of her, pushing away the dark clouds that had covered all her hope and letting her see the endless light of dawn. At that moment, she felt that even if she died immediately, it would be worth it. No one could understand the excitement and joy in her heart at that time. Now he was going to leave, and all she needed to do was wait in happiness and expectation. She felt that she did not lack patience. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the seas turned into mulberry fields, she would still wait. As her body became light, Xia Ning Chong could not help but cry out. When she reacted, she found that she had been carried by Yang Kai. His arms were strong and powerful, and his arms made her feel comfortable, like the most peaceful harbor. She could not help but relax, and all her fatigue disappeared. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Xia Ning Chang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. She found that Kai Yang had a meaningful smile on his face as he gazed at her affectionately. Step by step, he led her towards the direction of the bed. Under that tender gaze, Xia Ning Chong felt like she was melting snow at the beginning of spring, about to melt. She vaguely realized something, and her heart beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body surged with an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Kai was still smiling strangely, soundless, and mysterious. That smile made Xia Ning Chong involuntarily close her beautiful eyes, bite her red lips, and turn her head, not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes. As her body became light, Xia Ning Chong found herself lying on the bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated her body. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, staring at this beautiful scene in a daze, his big hand gently stroking his little senior sister's hair. Little senior sister, do you remember when we were in High Heaven Pavilion? One night when I came back from a trip, I found you sleeping on my bed? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Xia Ning Cheng slowly opened her eyes and whispered, "That was a long time ago. I don't remember." How could she not remember? It was just too embarrassing, so she didn't dare admit it. That day, she had brought a message to Yang Kai. At that time, the two of them weren't familiar with each other and hadn't exchanged many words. As a result, she had been waiting in the wooden house, but Yang Kai hadn't come back. As she waited, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Yang Kai standing on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Xia Ningchang didn't know when he came back, but she still clearly remembered that at that time, Yang Kai's gaze didn't have the slightest obscenity, only amazement. He didn't seem to have the heart to wake her up. At that time, it was almost exactly the same as it is now. Yang Kai's voice was gentle, and his gaze was infatuated. The moonlight poured down on your body, and the sapphire on your forehead reflected a dense light. At that time, Junior Brother was amazed by you, and at that time, Junior Brother was very envious. He didn't know who would be lucky enough to have you in the future, but he didn't know that the lucky person would actually be me. The sincere and tender words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the defenses of little senior sister's body and mind, causing her to lose her way in these sweet words. She couldn't see the exit, and there was only a huge energy called happiness flowing around her. Her eyes blurred, her delicate earlobes became dark red, and her pink neck glowed with a strange red light. Her heart beat rapidly and powerfully, and her body surged with bursts of heat. She looked at Yang Kai with an expectant gaze and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She fell in an instant. Chapter 9, 81. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Xia Ningchang was in a daze. Yang Kai didn't make a move on her, but those words full of tenderness and sweetness made her let go of the defenses of her body and mind. Her whole body was like floating in the clouds, floating up and down with the wind. Her delicate body unconsciously twisted, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her eyes were unfocused. Her pretty face was filled with great satisfaction. Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her eyes, her small nose. His movements were very careful, as if he was treating the most exquisite piece of art. He didn't make any excessive movements. She turned her head, and her small and delicate earlobes were as red as blood. She whispered in a trembling voice, "Junior Brother, before you leave, remember my appearance, okay?" Yang Kai was startled, and then gently nodded. It had been more than 10 years since he met Xia Ningchang, but he had never seen his little senior sister's true appearance. No matter when or where, his little senior sister always covered her face with a thin veil so that no one could see her true appearance. At the beginning, Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of appearance she had, but as time passed, Yang Kai didn't care. Whether her appearance was devastatingly beautiful or not, his little senior sister would always be his little senior sister, and no one could replace her. She had the purest pair of beautiful eyes in the world, and that was enough. Unexpectedly, before they left, Xia Ningchang took the initiative to ask, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Saying that, Xia Ningchang took the initiative to remove the veil covering her face. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing the veil to the other side of the bed. Xia Ningchang closed her eyes and nervously straightened her head so that her face was exposed to Yang Kai's gaze. Yang Kai carefully looked at her, and his body suddenly shook, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared the moment he saw Xia Ningchang's face, he couldn't help but lose his composure. The little senior sister's appearance wasn't the most beautiful that Yang Kai had ever seen. Whether it was Su Yan or Shanqing Luo, they were all comparable, but she had her own unique temperament. Just like Su Yan's coldness and Shanqing Luo's seductive charm, the little senior sister had a pure and holy temperament. It was as if the 20-odd years of life had not left a single trace on her. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and delicate lips. Her face was completely red without any makeup, and her skin was as tender and white as snow. She was no different from most beauties. Every part of her body was exquisite and flawless. However, when these delicate and flawless body parts were put together, an unexpected change occurred. Her holy and innocent temperament intertwined, making Yang Kai feel that she was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but also ignorant of worldly affairs. Kai Yang had traveled far and wide for so many years and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never met a woman like Xia Ningchang, who gave him such a strong visual impact. The moment he saw her face, Yang Kai's heart surged with an irrepressible impulse. He wished he could hug Xia Ningchang tightly, rub her into his body, take her with him, and never let her leave him. With this thought, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. He wasn't a person without self-control. On the contrary, he was a man who could restrain himself and restrain his actions. He was a man with considerable self-control. He still had that thought. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of reaction other men would have if they saw Xia Ningchang's face. Master told me a long time ago not to easily reveal my face, so I've been wearing a veil these past few years, Xia Ningchang softly explained. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she seemed to be ashamed and her cheeks flushed red. Treasure Meng is right. Yang Kai nodded heavily while fiddling with Xia Ningchang's hair and leaning half of his body on top of her. He softly said, I think most men will have two thoughts when they see you. What two thoughts? Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but she couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask, to protect or to violate? Protecting her naive innocence and violating her awe-inspiring holiness would give every man a great sense of accomplishment. The combination of conflicting thoughts would bring Xia Ningchang a lot of unnecessary trouble. What about you, junior brother? Xia Ningchang suddenly mustered up her courage and looked directly at Yang Kai, asking her sweetheart's true thoughts. She cared a lot about it. She didn't care about other people's thoughts, but she wanted to hear Yang Kai's. Me? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Junior brother is also a part of the majority of men. As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed his senior sister's red lips. Oh, Xia Ningchang's delicate body suddenly tensed up. Her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, as if she had been attacked by a soul that could destroy her mind. In an instant, she lost the initiative of her body, unable to move or speak. But she was enveloped in great happiness and satisfaction. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating moment that she had been looking forward to for a long time, her heart beating violently like a war drum. Yang Kai gently kissed her, his big hand reaching into his senior sister's dress and covering her plump chest, gently playing with and kneading the delicate jade beads in his palm, feeling the amazing elasticity and fiery heat coming from them. The senior sister's breathing became heavier, and she felt a slight tingling pain on her chest. It was the thick calluses on Yang Kai's hands rubbing against her tender skin. The slight tingling not only didn't make her feel any discomfort, but instead stimulated her nerves and soul, making her feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but wish that time would stop at this moment and never flow. She la. Her clothes were unbuttoned, and Xia Ningchang's tender body trembled slightly. How many times had she slept beside Yang Kai and Su Yan, so she had long been aware of these shameful things. The moment her clothes were unbuttoned, she knew what would happen to her. Her clothes were disheveled, and her breathing was rapid. Under the moonlight, The senior sister's delicate body glowed with a beautiful luster like porcelain. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to act, carefully examining her, imprinting everything into his mind and engraving it in the depths of his soul. He continued to kiss and caress Xia Ning Chang's heartstrings. He wanted to leave the most perfect and unforgettable night for his senior sister. With his departure imminent, this was the only thing he could do, so he didn't want to leave any regrets. The sheets gradually became wet. Little senior sister no longer had the ability to think independently. Her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her delicate body twisted, making a strange sound. The skin all over her body glowed with a strange red light. Yang Kai mounted his horse, raised his spear, and began to charge. His movements were gentle and soft. The entire Holy Master Court seemed to be shrouded in spring, making the withered trees come back to life and flowers bloom. Outside the Holy Master Court, a beautiful figure stood quietly, her beautiful eyes staring forward with a complicated expression. Another beautiful figure slowly walked over. Enling carrying a lantern, approached her without her noticing. It wasn't until Enling lightly coughed that she suddenly woke up, her tender body trembling like a frightened rabbit, and her face immediately flushed red. "Lady Chiu, why aren't you resting so late?" Enling looked at Chiu Yimeng suspiciously, not knowing why she was standing here. "And I'm going to rest." Chiu Yimeng glanced in the direction of the Holy Master Court and hurriedly replied, "Are you looking for the Holy Master for something?" And Ling saw some clues and smiled understandingly. "If you have something to say to him, just go in. You're not an outsider. He shouldn't be resting yet." No. Chiu Yimeng quickly waved her hands. I have nothing to say to him. I just came to see the stars." "See the stars?" And Ling looked up at the sky and chuckled. "The moon is bright tonight. There don't seem to be many stars." Chiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. "The Holy Master will probably leave tomorrow, and we don't know when he will return. If we miss this opportunity tonight, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. What do you think, Lady Chiu?" And Ling seemed to understand Chiu Yimeng's thoughts and couldn't help persuading her. "I really didn't come here to see him." Chiu Yimeng looked embarrassed, and Ling continued to smile meaningfully, and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a strange sound, causing her brow to wrinkle as she listened carefully. Chiu Yimeng also noticed and immediately sat up, her ears perked up. A moment later, the two women's faces turned red as they glanced at each other, both feeling very embarrassed. "Ahem," and Ling lightly coughed. "Since there's nothing to do, I'll accompany Lady Chiu to see the stars." She was too embarrassed to return to the Holy Master Court, so she sat down and pretended to look up at the sky. Chiu Yimeng nodded and sat down next to her. The two of them didn't say a word, but their hearts were beating violently. Not far away, strange sounds poured into their ears like demonic sounds, making their bodies uncomfortable. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their delicate bodies tensed up. "Ha, the sky's pretty good," and Ling said, and Chiu Yimeng gently nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. The sounds and movements on the other side seemed to be getting louder. The two women felt a warm current rolling in their lower abdomens. When the night wind blew, the area between their legs was unexpectedly cold and uncomfortable. It was a patch of mud. That cold feeling made them feel even more sensitive. "I really couldn't tell," and Ling said with a speechless expression. "Couldn't tell what?" Chiu Yimeng turned and asked, "Such a quiet girl. How come she's so crazy now?" "Ha!" Chiu Yimeng didn't know what to say. "Aren't you going in?" And Ling bit her red lips and suddenly said, "Now is a good time to go in. You don't have to say anything." Chiu Yimeng was startled and blushed with embarrassment. "How could I? What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were you, I would rush in now and teach him a lesson." And Ling urged, wanting to see the world burn. No. Chiu Yimeng waved her hands. I can't do such a thing. Chapter 982. Doing so would be akin to a beggar begging for the love of others. Chiu Yimeng couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Don't be afraid. I support you. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. And Ling continued to entice her. Chiu Yimeng seemed to be moved by her words, but after thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly shook her head and stood up. Wait for him to come back. The next time he comes back, I won't let him go again. Good night, sister, and I'll go back to rest first. Hey, don't go. I'll be alone. And Ling raised her hand and called out, but Chiu Yimeng soon disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong walked out of the Holy Master Court together. Outside the Holy Master Court, there was a dense crowd of people, including the leaders of the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty, the Yang family brothers and elders, the Holy Land elders, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan, 20 to 30 Saint Great alchemists, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep Li Rui, and Zhai Yao. All of them seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to appear. Seeing him come out, all of them cast meaningful glances towards him. Xia Ning Chong blushed and couldn't help shrinking behind Yang Kai, her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Anyone could see that Xia Ning Chong was radiant at this moment, even more beautiful than before, as if she had been nourished by something. All of them were experienced, so they were well aware of this. Yang Kai laughed and cupped his fists. How come everyone is here? To see you off. Li Lao stepped forward. You're leaving today, right? And Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks to all of you. There's no need to say too much. Be careful on the road. If things go south, return as soon as possible. Li Lao said concisely. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai replied seriously. The fourth Master Yang and his wife also came up. Dong Suju had a look of reluctance on his face as he repeatedly reminded Yang Kai. Brat, you must come back safely. Ning Chong, more than anyone, doesn't want anything to happen to you. Meng Wu lowered his voice and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. I know, Yang Kai promised with a serious face. I won't make little senior sister sad. I hope you can do it. Meng Wu took a deep breath, saying goodbye to familiar people one after another and listening to their concern for him. Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. After exchanging a few more words with the elders of the Holy Land and bidding farewell to Li Rong and the others, Yang Kai arranged everything before kissing his little senior sister's forehead and whispering vows of undying love into her ear before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. He embarked on a new journey. Everyone waved goodbye to him in front of the Holy Master Court after Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared. Elder Yuing sighed faintly. Ling, don't cry. The Holy Master will definitely come back. Who's crying? And Ling was confused. Then why are your eyes so red? Yu Ying chuckled, thinking she was too embarrassed to admit it. My eyes are red because... And Ling opened her mouth, but recalling what happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Glancing at the veiled, tearful Xia Ling and Ling couldn't help admiring her. Last night, she had stood outside the Holy Master Court and stared at the stars. The spirit and physical strength of those two were simply too abundant. What was even rarer was that this Xia Ling was still glowing so early in the morning. And Ling couldn't figure out why this was. Yang Kai left. A few days later, the ancient demon clan also left Nine Heavens' Holy Land under the leadership of Li Rong and the other great commanders, heading towards the demon land in accordance with their previous agreement with Zhang Yuan. The old demon also accompanied them. After all, he was also a member of the demon race. So only in the demon land would he have the best cultivation environment. Moreover, with his special circumstances, it wouldn't take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach the Third Order Saint Realm and become the next demon general of the demon land. The Hu sisters also left the former site of War Spirit Temple and went to Twin Spirit Pavilion to cultivate. Meng Wu Yi remained in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, guarding the Nine Heavens. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty took advantage of the materials and resources sent over from Nine Heavens' Holy Land to develop themselves. Nearly 30 Saint-grade alchemists now regarded Nine Heavens' Holy Land as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, none of them willing to leave because Li Lao had informed them that he and his disciple would settle down here in the future and would no longer wander the world. Li Lao also became the chief alchemist of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. With Li Lao and Xia Ning Chang here, how could these Saint-grade alchemists be willing to leave? All of them found excuses and reasons to stay here. In an instant, Nine Heavens' Holy Land became the most powerful force in the entire Tong Xian realm, eclipsing all other sects and families. Everything was flourishing. Starfield was vast and boundless. Inside the cold and dark territory of the Starfield, Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle and continued to move forward. He had come to Starfield from the entrance of Ice Sect because Ice Master Qingya had brought Su Yan into the territory from there, so Yang Kai hoped to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know where to find other life forms. The only thing he was certain of was that in this dark and cold star field, there were indeed other life forms. This was how the Bone Race had set foot on Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai hoped that one day he would be able to find some traces of life. His star shuttle bloomed with a blue light and flashed through the vast star field, creating a thin light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai, preventing the star field from eroding his body. Without his star shuttle, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the star field, and he would have had to constantly consume his own strength to resist the huge pressure of the star field. Compared to this, the amount of energy required to control his star shuttle was undoubtedly much smaller. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been drifting in the star field, but his first Order Saint realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, and he had even been cultivating on his star shuttle for some time. However, he hadn't found anything special. Yang Kai's experience was similar to great demon gods when he first explored the star field. He had broken through the star field storms and set foot in an asteroid sea. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of life left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling confused. He didn't know what kind of end would await him if he continued to explore like this. Perhaps he would forever be lost in this star territory, growing old and dying alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up because Su Yan was still somewhere in this star territory. One day, when he had nothing to do, Yang Kai took out the demon mystic tome and let his star shuttle fly as he quietly examined it. Since obtaining this demon mystic tome, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai also knew that his current achievements were inseparable from this demon mystic tome. From this demon mystic tome, he had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, the demon eye of annihilation, and the inheritance of Great Demon God. Before Great Demon God died, he seemed to have arranged a life path for Yang Kai. But today, Yang Kai had finally embarked on the same goal as Great Demon God in his later years, exploring the star field. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai had jumped out of Great Demon God's original arrangement. Yang Kai believed that in the near future he would surpass Great Demon God and achieve what he had failed to do in the past, surpassing his master. While contemplating, Yang Kai suddenly froze and frowned as he stared at the demon mystic tome in his hand. He found that from all directions, wisps of light from the stars had turned into streams of energy and were pouring into the demon mystic tome. At the same time, the divine tree, which had been placed inside the demon mystic tome, suddenly sent a message. Yang Kai listened carefully and nodded in response, "I'll come in right away." Saying so, His soul avatar suddenly transformed into the demon race mystic tome and carefully examined the source of the light from the stars. It turned out to be the two pitch-black round stones. These two strange pitch-black round stones had caused Yang Kai too many doubts. Even now, he still didn't know what these two stones could be used for. They had absorbed the essence of a large number of ores, and on the surface of the round stones appeared lines similar to the meridians of a human body. There seemed to be a rhythmic movement coming from them. It was as if they had a life of their own. At this moment, the energy pouring in from the star field was being absorbed by these two pitch-black round stones. After absorbing the power of the stars, the lines on their surface became more and more condensed, and the movement coming from them gradually increased. "I feel like they have a life of their own," the divine tree suddenly said. The divine tree suddenly sent out a message. It had been inside the demon mystic tome for a long time and had spent a lot of time observing these two pitch-black round stones, so it was much more familiar with them than Yang Kai. "The feeling they give me is very similar to this shimmering moon grass." "You mean they also count as world spirit objects?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who knows? Why don't you cut them open and take a look?" the divine tree suggested. "I don't think so. If they really are world spirit objects, cutting them open would be too wasteful." Yang Kai shook his head. "They are already very different from before. Continue to monitor them and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong." "I know," the divine tree responded. No matter what they were, Yang Kai believed that as long as he waited patiently, he would be able to figure out the truth one day. Not in a hurry to take back the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai simply left it outside and allowed the power of the stars to pour into the two pitch-black round stones. Yang Kai continued forward. Not far ahead, there was another energy storm that engulfed a large area. Yang Kai frowned and reluctantly circulated his Saint Chi, preparing to break through the danger ahead. Since he stepped into the star field, this kind of situation had become a common occurrence. Unlike when he first broke through to the transcendent realm, when he had to break through to the star field, Yang Kai was now able to ignore the disturbances of the star field's energy storms with his current cultivation and physical strength. As the storm hit, Yang Kai leisurely rode his star shuttle through it, his expression calm. Countless large and small meteorites were swept up in the storm, increasing its power. Yang Kai's eyes were suddenly attracted by one of the meteorites, and his figure flickered as he stepped onto it. After carefully examining it for a while, his body shook violently as he revealed an extremely excited look. Chapter 983. Standing on the meteorite. Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. There were traces left behind by living creatures everywhere. There were actually traces left behind by living creatures on this meteorite. Yang Kai was so excited that he had almost begun to feel confused, not knowing where to go. But at this most critical moment, he had found a piece of information that lifted his spirits. His eyes suddenly became firm, no longer filled with confusion, as he began to carefully investigate these traces. The meteorite Yang Kai was standing on was almost the size of a small hill, and there were many other meteorites of different sizes scattered around it, forming a sea of meteorites. Under the influence of the starfield storm, these meteorites were shuttling back and forth endlessly through the star field. There were many potholes on this huge meteorite, none of which were naturally formed. Instead, they seemed to have been left behind by a series of energy collisions. There were also some neat cuts that seemed to have been made by swords. Someone fought here. Yang Kai understood. Inferring from these traces, the time of the battle was not too long ago, maybe a dozen days ago, maybe a month or two ago, at most no more than 3 months ago. Otherwise, these traces would have already been smoothed out by the violent storm in the star field. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene of the battle, but what surprised him the most was that the strength of the people who fought here did not seem to be too high. This gave him a sense of reassurance. As a newcomer, he was also afraid that he would encounter a master who was too strong. Looking past the oncoming storm in the star field, Yang Kai looked deeper into the star field before immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying off in the opposite direction of the storm in the star field. The storm in the star field had come from that direction, which meant that the creatures who fought on the meteorite at that time might still be in that direction. Although the probability was small, it was worth a try. Yang Kai flew at full speed, releasing his divine sense to the maximum extent, not missing any meteorite that passed by him. From these meteorites, he really found some clues, all of which indicated that he was getting closer and closer to the creatures he was tracking. Yang Kai pushed his star shuttle even harder. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he passed through the dark and cold star field, his eyes suddenly lit up and he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, in the vast star field, another vast and boundless territory appeared before his eyes. Starfield was beautiful. Countless stars flickered with a moving luster, radiating vitality. He seemed to have arrived at the other end of Starfield. The beauty on this side and the deathly stillness on the other side were in stark contrast. Numerous large and small stars had been born in this territory since ancient times. They flew and rotated around a certain position in a special pattern. Colorful lights illuminated the entire star territory. Some of the stars were burning like fire, exuding a scorching heat. Yang Kai had no doubt that the power contained within those stars was enough to make any living being shrink back, unable to even approach them. Anyone who got close to it would be melted. This scorching power poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable and comfortable. This was the power of the Yang attribute. There were also some stars that were extremely cold, like huge balls of ice. The surrounding cold air covered these frozen stars, causing the surface of these stars to be covered in an icy aura visible to the naked eye. This aura seemed to be able to freeze the entire universe. There were also some stars that were completely green, very different from the other stars. They were not round, but rather umbrella-shaped. They looked like huge trees, exuding a rich wood attribute aura. They were like huge trees standing proudly in the middle of Starfield. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, unable to take it all in. He finally saw the splendor of this star territory with his own eyes. The huge amounts of energy emitted from the various stars gathered here, causing the world energy aura in this territory to be extremely rich. Any blessed land or holy land on Tongxian realm would be insignificant compared to this. Cultivating here for a year could even be compared to cultivating in other places by several times or dozens of times. Yang Kai's pores opened involuntarily as he closed his eyes and greedily absorbed the world energy around him, his physique wriggling as his expression filled with joy. He even thought about entering retreat here for a while. Although he knew that this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he was reluctant to give up on the rich world energy here. Just as he was hesitating, though, the divine sense he released suddenly detected signs of a life form intruding. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. He had discovered the other party, but the other party seemed to have discovered him as well, because the moment he withdrew his divine sense, two other divine senses that were not inferior to his own also spread out. Two people, and their strength wasn't too high, only second or third order saints. In the end, this was star territory. Two people he had casually encountered were all saints. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but the other party's cultivation also made him feel relieved, because even if these two people wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be powerless to fight back. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the location of the two people. Encountering these two people was not easy, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about their whereabouts. It would be best if he could find out where the other party was gathering. Contrary to his expectations, When he approached the two people, they seemed to be flying towards him, at high speed as well. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat vigilant. With their cultivation, they should have already noticed his strength, so if they had malicious intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why they would act like this. Kai Yang didn't shrink back, but he still maintained his vigilance as he approached because he urgently needed a beacon to guide him in the right direction. A moment later, a blue light appeared in front of him, one that was very similar to his star shuttle. Yang Kai came to a stop, and the blue light also stopped not far in front of him. In the next moment, two pairs of bright and beautiful eyes turned towards him. Yang Kai discovered that the two people who had just entered the range of his divine sense were actually two women. Both of them wore white robes and had elegant temperaments. Their looks were also quite good. Their figures were graceful, and both of them had the same sword-shaped symbol engraved on their chests, so they should be from the same force. The two of them were standing on the same star shuttle. Yang Kai observed them for a while and nodded secretly, realizing that what the Bone Race leader Kuluo had said was true. In star territory, star shuttles weren't rare. After all, they were artifacts used to travel, so they were quite common. However, the other party's star shuttle was obviously of a higher grade than his own, whether it was the materials used to refine it or the energy fluctuations coming from it. Star shuttles should also have different grades. Yang Kai secretly guessed, at the same time putting on a harmless look, nodding lightly to the two women and greeting them. "Hello!" The woman standing in front gently nodded, her pretty face staring at Yang Kai with some vigilance, but Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than hers, so she didn't show any signs of panic. On the other hand, the younger woman standing behind her swept her beautiful eyes curiously towards Yang Kai, appearing somewhat unscrupulous and mischievous. "Elder sister, is he from that side?" The little beauty asked softly. "Why do I feel like I've never seen him before?" "His cultivation is too low, so he shouldn't be." The big beauty standing in front slowly shook her head. "But you should still be careful." And the little beauty nodded firmly. "Hello." The two exchanged a few simple words before the big beauty standing in front gently opened her mouth. "It's like this. We don't have any malicious intentions. We just want to ask you for a favor. So please don't be too nervous." "Oh," Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "I'm not nervous. It just so happens I also want to ask you for a favor. You also want us to help?" The big beauty's brow furrowed, and Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since we all have our own needs, how about we help each other? Of course, it should be within the scope of our respective abilities. Don't force others." Yang Kai was really afraid of owing others a favor, so the other party's words were exactly what he wanted. When the big beauty heard this, she turned her head and discussed with the little beauty standing behind her in a low voice. After a moment, she said, "Okay, you first, what do you want me to help with?" Yang Kai took the initiative to speak, clearly in a good mood. "Can you let us make a copy of your star?" the big beauty asked. "Star?" Yang Kai was startled. "What star? What else could a star be?" The big beauty's brow also wrinkled, feeling that Yang Kai's words were a bit inexplicable. "You don't have a star?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Who are you trying to fool?" The little beauty standing behind the star shuttle shouted. "If you don't have a star, how could you come here? Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're women." She shouted angrily, waving her fists at Yang Kai as she spoke, as if she was certain that Yang Kai was deceiving them. "I didn't bully you." Yang Kai was surprised. "You don't have the ability. Be careful I don't beat you up and snatch your star. You don't know what's good for you," the little beauty snorted. "He meow." The big beauty called out. The little beauty curled her lips and said, "Elder sister, he looks like a decent person, but why is his mouth full of lies? Maybe he's from that side and came here to delay us." Hearing what she said, a trace of vigilance appeared on the big beauty's face as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and shouted, "I don't care if you're from that side or not. I only want your star now. I'll buy it." Is 10 low-rank saint crystals enough? Saying so, a bracelet on her wrist flashed, and 10 crystal-clear saint crystals appeared on her jade white hand. Elder sister, we don't have many saint crystals left, the little beauty called out, her face filled with pain. The little beauty exclaimed, a pained look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Those 10 low-rank saint crystals seemed to be a considerable amount of wealth to her. Yang Kai's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because the other party had taken out 10 saint crystals, but rather because of the bracelet on the big beauty's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, that bracelet should be a space artifact. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.